now I'm live again. Just went live. We'll do it live.
Well, let me check. Let me check if you're really alive.
Yeah. I don't believe you.
I will say I did catch a, okay, that said you went live for a few minutes. Wow. That's how I knew that. That's how you knew I was live. Oh, yeah, because people said they're not seeing my alerts until like hours later now, too. So a lot of things are messed up, Moon.
It's very strange.
Yeah, it's not showing that you're live on my... Oh, there you are. There you are. You finally have shown up.
Nice.
You exist.
Apparently you don't exist unless you're live on Twitch.
Yeah, well, that's the rules.
Yes, okay. My
Gotta follow the
Lanta.
rules.
My Lanta, that's crazy. Okay, we're gonna take this focus energy. Learn focus energy again. And,
Focus energy.
Hopefully we just... I'm not religious, but let's just pray.
Yeah, let's just for
Let's all
this
come
one
together
moment.
and pray, and then it's just like... A
Okay,
bunch of
it
predators
worked.
show
we
up
don't
and
need
kill
that
you.
anymore. I stream, therefore I am. It's exactly what Descartes said.
Descartes.
Let us
Lecture of the
say,
night.
now sit on it. Welcome in, Central Scrutinizer. Hopefully you're doing well.
Yo, what's up? Go follow that channel, or I'll fight you.
Yes, please do. We're doing good in here. We've had some tech difficulties, but
It's chugging.
Life goes on.
Chug this.
chug this.
Why? Like,
No
why?
problem.
Okay, I'm gonna... No,
Wonderful
I'm unable to
retro
see...
content.
How about this? I'm unable to see the chat, or at least the redeems. And maybe this'll help. Who knows? I don't know, man.
And one thing that I really enjoy about the Central Scrutinizer's content is like, especially when you play like these very like obscure like RPGs and like platformers from back in the day that are from Japan
Yeah, the JRPGs.
that I would never have known about, like, and then play like not just like, you know, terrible translations of them, like. It's just interesting. It's stuff that I don't see anywhere else. So if you want to see some cool stuff that like actually existed, stuff that was real, like.
Oh, thanks for making a clip, Dreamers. Seems to be leveling out.
Yes,
I'm noticing that as well, too. Cool.
I really like Moanana's design. This was a smart design.
The Mawile?
This had, yeah, like the version they made, because like this is one of those things where they had to have like saw the potential and were like, oh shit, that could just be a banana. It doesn't have to be a gaping maw.
Yeah. Here, one sec. I'm gonna just be right back. I'm just gonna use the washroom. But everything's working okay, which is awesome.
That is awesome. I will be here. Of course, gotta spread the love when you find the good stuff, because, I mean, I do appreciate people trying, though, because there are a lot of things, especially if people remember in the early days of the internet. I don't know what the early days were. I guess when people started to actually use emulation and stuff, and you had so many like fan translations trying to get stuff out there. So you remember, like, especially when they did it with manga and all that, there'd be like teams of people who just worked for free trying to translate stuff, so things would be awkward. But and they would ask for like donations and stuff to try to figure it out. But they used to do that all the time, and now it's like it's a lot more organized and there's a lot more tools available, so things can be a little bit like more accurate and a little easier to do. But back in the email only and trying to even get a hold of the content and then scanning it and translating and cutting the words out of it and replacing them, there was a lot of effort in there. So I appreciate people for that, even if like, you know, it was stunted in a way. Speaking of fan translation, there is an unofficial translation patch for the last Suikoden game. Really? I haven't, I'll be honest, everybody, I haven't even played the series yet. I gotta get on that. There's a lot of RPGs I gotta get on. I remember some of the early fan subbed anime were really poor. Oh yes, full translate, yes. Like, God, what, like VHS quality, but then they had like the obnoxious, like, yellow or pink bubble letters with like, they like, the actual pixels would show and stuff, and it was just really bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, it was just really bad. But the thing is I now understand why the black bar with the white letterings, like as aesthetically like terrible as it can be, is very beneficial for actually looking at stuff. Like, you know, the early captions, like basically like on the spot, like closed captions and stuff. But now they have ways where you can get really awesome text and it not be as like terrible to look at. I have not, Dreamer, but that's something I'm gonna have to look into because I like good ghost stories. Maybe I know it from its Japanese title though, because a lot of anime series I only know from their Japanese title, specifically like the sound like of Romaji, not like the kanji itself, but like the actual sound of it. So like if you put the kanji down, I wouldn't necessarily know, but Romaji is beneficial, but you should like get to like, I could probably do it from, I could do it from katakana and hiragana easily, but you kind of want to wean yourself off of Romaji as soon as you can. I do speak some Japanese, but like I have difficulties with like hypotheticals and like really advanced stuff. And then of course kanji. need a lot of kanji training. And that was kind of like, now that I think about it, that was kind of something in school, like in the university, that I understand, because, you know, like in the Japanese programs, people trying to learn to speak and converse with one another. But I was always like a big translation guru. So like my French and Japanese classes and all that stuff, because I have a bachelor's in French, were of course very heavily focused on speaking. So like I didn't necessarily, like, there was of course reading and writing, especially a lot of reading in the French courses, right? And there was like 1-2 writing courses with like, you know, written assignments here and there, but it wasn't enough where it's like you could really get into the thick of translation and stuff after it. It was JRPG'd around it. I just saw that. We're just trying to get Flanflex up there, or Flanflex. However, if you want to say it with a little sexier air, I guess Flanflex. And then when Moon gets back, he's probably gonna grind. And then I think at 5 or so, I'm gonna have to take that break. I'm gonna have to take a call, maybe get a quick spot of food, and then we can really get into it. Because we've had technical issues until just about now, and I've been good. I've just been training, trying to chat with everybody here, see how you're all doing. Hopefully well. Feel free to talk about, especially the projects you're doing, because I'm working on a client's album, and that's why I haven't been streaming. I've just been non-stop working on it. But I kind of want to, I gotta get back to my mixtape and everything. I haven't posted a Twitter update, but we'll get there. But if you're working on anything, feel free to share. You don't have to share secret details or anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm working on a game, that's cool. Tell us a little bit about it. You don't have to give anything away, because I know that sometimes you just can't trust people with ideas, but I'd like to think you can trust this is a safe space to share your ideas and discuss them. I used to do the, what did I call that series that I only got to do a few weeks of, but I really would like to go back to. I did it on Thursdays, I thought. It was all about talking about our projects and the creative things we're trying to go through and to help each other out. Yeah, the art streams, specifically the ones where I would discuss what people were going or try to, because we didn't have like as big of a following as we do now, which now I think if I went back and tried to do that, I could get more people who are creatives trying to talk and work out the issues they're having with their projects. Yeah, it was Thought Refinement. Yeah, Thought Refinement Thursday. That was what it was, Dreamer. Thank you. Just saying thought helped, and saying Thursday. This isn't good, but it's a great running joke series. The voice actors were told keep the main plot of each episode accurate, but you can say whatever you want. So the English writers and VAs has carte blanche to say what. Oh, so there's an example of ghosts comes out of hell, and one of them says hell is the only. and that was actually recorded. That's on the series. Say whatever you want. Just keep the plot accurate. Oh, that's weird. Oh, unexpected text. That's great. And unexpected, Dreamer. Yeah, we'll have to bring back I have so many ideas, and this is the problem I have, everybody, is that I tell you guys, like, I want to do something, I'm going to do something, I don't do it, I get too busy, and I feel bad for that, because, like, we are still sitting on that 24-hour retro stream. It is there. I tried to refund, but once it's done, it can't be refunded, so we have to do it regardless. I want to do it, but because of my stomach health, once you guys actually redeemed enough points for it, like I was having some stomach problems, and I think it's just been like staying up too late, stressed, and working on stuff so hard that I think I developed an ulcer of some sort, like a peptic one, but I, again, do not know exactly. And I was like, I don't know if I could do 24-hour streams anymore, because if I'm feeling shitty, you know, and the waking hours, I'm gonna feel probably worse than the ones that I'm not supposed to be awake for. But we will do it. I'm feeling much better. So they have so many bad jokes and really off-color jokes. I love it. The series is not great, but the fact that they say or do it, and I mean that, like, especially since it just seems so random, that sounds like that would be a lot of fun, Dreamer. I'm gonna have to check that. Just ghost stories. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like Exactly. I'm just gonna say Scrutinizer, because I want to say the Central Scrutinizer TV, but that's like. That's the full deal, right? But yeah, that's 100%. You gotta take care of yourself first. Everybody who's in this business, who, actually just, you know, I'm gonna extend it beyond that. Everybody, like, seriously, like, take care of yourself. You come first. You have to come first. How are you gonna complete your project? How are you gonna do your stuff? How are you gonna perform? Be a source of entertainment, or get your stuff done if you're not feeling well and you're pushing yourself beyond your limits. Like, the whole like work to death culture is not beneficial. It's not. I know that certain countries like Japan deal with that as well, where it's just like, you know, the expectations of work sometimes are just so heavy, and that you do them to the point where it really negatively affects your health, and you can't sometimes come back from that stuff. Like, I am sorry, but like, you cannot come back certain times if you've done this for so long. Like, it could be something you have to live with. So like, literally right now, like, take a step back and realize that, like, your worth, like, your body and everything, like your mental health, your emotional health, all that stuff, like, is worthwhile, and you need to keep it and maintain it. And I don't care what anybody else says. Like, you have to look out for yourself. Nobody needs to go through that nonsense. Yeah, sure. Post some clips. I might not be able to watch them now, but I'll have ghost stories in my mind. I'll have to look at it later. Live to work, work to live. Yeah, it's not for me either. I think I hear Matt. I heard noises. Ooh, I hear voices. Oh, we're already level 21. I'm just I'm sorry that I was a little preachy there, everybody. I tend to do that. Like positivity and pep talks and stuff are kind of my thing.
Okay, I'm back, and who knows if stuff happened when I was gone, like bad stuff with the stream, because it looks like it's lagging a little bit again. It's crazy. Welcome to the stream, Parahacks.
Welcome in. Are they normal voices or new voices?
Just heard of a cool band.
Thank you for the warning, too.
That I've never heard of. The legendary Pink Dots. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of them. They're just from like the early 90s. Really cool.
Pink Dots?
The legendary Pink Dots, yeah.
All I can think of is the candy. Like the candy dots. The ones that like, they're actual gumdrops, but they're so gummy that like you have to cleave them with your teeth.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like everything's balancing itself out now. Well, what do you know? Okay.
Nice.
Both of us are just, I feel like there's a lot of just, like, interruptions and hiccups today, but both of us are just doing the grind. So thanks for hanging out, and, while we're just doing the grind, really. Not too much is going on, just pretty casual grind stream.
Yes, exactly. Just with some chats about taking care of yourself. It's really important.
Mm-hmm.
And the voices are all in your head. Oh yeah, they are. If they were, I'd probably still talk about them. But like if I had that issue, I'd talk about it.
Are they in your head, or are they in your ears?
Are they in your head, or are they in your ears? I think they'd be completely in your head, right? Because if they were, well, I don't know how all this works. It's
Where in
weird.
your head, like just behind the eyebrows?
Because if you think about it, like, well, I was thinking like the actual science of it, because like you imagine that the voices would be like, when you think to yourself like that, like you're hearing, your brain is generating a series of thoughts that may or may not sound in the same, like, they might not like sonically sound the same as your voice, but they're fed to you subconsciously or whatnot. Like nobody can hear them, but to get to the point where you think that you're actually like hearing something that you're not, and generating auditory, like, well, or aural, which is a hard word to say, like stimuli, would be crazy. Aural.
Of the aura. Of the aura. Oral.
Of the aura, like of the aura stimuli. You're hearing the aurora borealis in your head, and you're like,
whoa, you're hearing the aurora borealis in these conditions, with this, in this weather, centralized in your head? Can I
centralized?
See? No.
I can taste the colors. Which, by the way, like there are, I forgot what they're called. There's a series of conditions where you can actually associate other stimuli with other senses. Like like the composer that wrote an entire, like he heard the color purple, so he made an entire symphony for purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be like me working yourself to death. It is not healthy, Dreamer. Hopefully you can get like away from working to death. Would you like a small explanation about the voices in your head, in like the ones that are in my head? Go for it.
If you'd like a small explanation about the voices in your head, press 1. If you'd like a large explanation, press 2.
If you would like an in-depth explanation of the voices in your head, please press 2.
And then you're just sitting there, and like you're just sitting there on a couch, and all you say is boop. And you're actually hearing that phone voice in your head. That is the voice. It's just trying to explain it to you.
The voice in your head is honestly just an operator.
Yeah. Connecting now.
Oh, jeez. That would be horrifying. It'd be like having the AOL tones, dial-up tones is like the voice in your head.
Like, and literally, it even senses if mail gets put in your mailbox, like physically, and it just goes, "You've got mail." And you're like, "No! No!"
You've got mail. Oh, shit. It won't stop until I get the mail.
It needs me to get the mail.
I need the mail if I don't
Well,
get
what's
the
crazy
mail.
about that, though, is that it's not that different from, like, that's more like a, if you interpret that as AI, You know, like we will have tools and do have tools that help us with our daily, everyday. And then eventually those tools will determine, you know, what the standard of certain aspects of your life are.
Well, yeah, and on top of the way that biologically we like adapt to things, right? Like you're saying, basically like tacking on that next part that you were mentioning, where like you know, it's kind of like how your body adapts in some ways to like your work schedule, or like, you know, maybe like your dog's like going out schedule or whatever, like certain aspects of your day. It's kind of like if you have coffee in the morning, every morning, you like either, you know, you move towards that in a somewhat like subconscious. I don't like anything that steals autonomy away from people. So like I will say that like you have the full ability to stop having the coffee, but you get to the point where like there's this subconscious element of going and getting the coffee and then not having that coffee for the day. Not only like your body does react, I am assuming chemically, but it also like gets irritable about the idea that you don't have the coffee, regardless of the fact that biologically speaking you don't need it.
Yeah.
Like you adapt in so many different weird ways that are both beneficial and of course detrimental to your day-to-day life. That's me going on a tangent.
Ooh, lime is strong against orange. Right? Welcome to my TED Talk. So, I'm going to talk about TEDs today. These are the TEDs I know. Ted Danson, he was in Cheers. He was also in Becker. He's got a huge forehead. What other TEDs do I know? Ted, there's that teddy bear from that really shitty Seth MacFarlane film.
Hansen. I don't...
That's a terrible film. There's Teddy from Bob's Burgers, who's a regular customer there. Come on, help me out here, folks.
Ted Bundy? Oh, God.
Ted Bundy? Yep, keep going.
Don't want to know him.
Super infamous. I think he owned a flower shop. I think that's what he's known for. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think he was just a famous flower person.
Yeah, he was a florist.
Oh, this is...
This
is
Teds?
Rude.
I guess Teddy Roosevelt, if you want to get political about it.
Yeah, if you want to get political, Teddy Roosevelt, you know. Well, the best way to explain it is that sometimes that is not mine normally because it would get thought of something that I would never want. Oh, okay, Dreamer. I hope you don't mind the conversation then, because like, I can't say this, like, again, most of the stuff that we're talking about and that, like, you know, especially the stuff that I'm mentioning, like, I don't have, like, full evidence to the fact, and I will not say that I do, but, like, I feel like there are elements of that kind of hearing things and seeing things and stuff that you don't normally wouldn't, just in most individuals. Oh, ugh.
Nice. Wes Welker's
I know
static,
orange is good against banana.
Wild banana bee. Hell yeah. Screw you, banana bee. Also, I totally see
Chris
the Mega Man
Redfield.
Legends hair, by the way. 100%.
Yes. Yeah, he's got that Teasel hair.
The same tuft.
Yeah, it's
Teasel
just not
tuft.
bigger and gray, right? That's what we're gonna call it. I need to get a Teasel tuft. I have enough hair for it.
Well, do you have a banana? You can get a banana bee if we find one on your end. I have one on my end.
If I find one, right?
It's possible.
It is still possible because mine did die. Would I've ever cared about talking about my crazy problems? I don't know, you know, like just trying to be, you know, cognizant of how people feel about stuff, because we are living in a time where we may both under and overreact depending on the situation, right? But we also may like we may just be stating our case and it'll be fine. I don't know. I tread softly on a lot of things, as we know. Except for one thing. There is one thing that I don't tread softly on. If you watch the podcast, you'll notice it came up like a few episodes ago.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Robert Smith is constantly yammering on about. Both. He's jammering and
Yeah,
yammering
he
on
just-
both of it. It's the
he
fact that
won't- he won't
the
get
Paper
over the-
Mario games, the first two Paper Mario games are the best Paper Mario games. The other ones, everything after that, he doesn't even like Super Paper Mario, and that's an unpopular opinion. That game's pretty good.
Yeah, that's even like that's.
It's like, whoa, man, that's an okay
Has
game in
Robert
itself.
Smith gone too far? Find out in another episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Exactly.
Like,
Will Goku be able to get back from Snake Way in time to confront Robert Smith and Jam before the concert?
find out in another episode of Dragon Ball Z.
He's just a regular occurring character. I love that.
No, I can't do that. I wanted to make it really bad. Like, I need a kazoo. If I had a kazoo, it would be fine. There is a animator who did do the whole Dragon Ball PP series, and the whole soundtrack and all of his like animations is like he uses his voice in a kazoo.
Nice.
So like he does all of the instruments with.
Oh,
like,
I think
his
I
voice
remember
in a
this.
kazoo.
You used to be able to like find
Yes.
this on Kazaa back in the day. It was like part of the whole gamut of like prank phone calls and all sorts of weird stuff that you could download.
Oh yeah, that era.
Mm-hmm.
Well, cause like
The Jerky Boys
he did
era.
one with Aaron Hansen from Game Grumps, like Oni G did.
Yeah.
And it was the Star Wars one, and you just hear in the background, like,
Yeah.
I
remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember. It's kind of like the novelty of the it's funny, it's like a very similar novelty to the Mako Does Star Wars album, which was a disco, a late 70s like disco electronic like sequencer, almost like Jojo Moroder, like one of the main inspirations for Daft Punk, but also disco.
Oh really?
And really cool. And it's
this
just Star Wars music. There's like a Cantina one. There's the main theme. It's basically the whole Vader's theme. And it was a super novelty, but at the time, I mean, it came out at the time that the movie came out for the first time. And
So it's like, oh yeah,
it was
more
super
Star
relevant, and it made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, they did a similar thing actually when The Force Awakens came out. There was an album where a bunch of people did like modern electronic remixes of the Star Wars soundtrack, and it's actually not terrible.
Yeah. I mean, the music was already arranged pretty damn well, so copying the whole.
Dig is Strawberry Type. Oh shit.
It is? What
If
happened?
Dig is Strawberry Type, then Strawberry Type is that strong against Orange. It is. Oh my god. Ah! I made the biggest mistake. We lost our Popsichew.
Oh no, not Brimley.
We're not gonna get our weird
I guess it's
nightmarish
lemon time.
Ricycle.
Ah,
Okay, Wilfred Brimley and Wes Welker are gone.
diabetes.
That sucks. So that was just a mistake
That was his,
on my
that
part
was
with
his dying.
specifically the type chart. That's why we gotta have the type chart open. I just made a slip up there, and I should have sent out an orange type against a. Like I was assuming that Dig was chocolate type again, but no, it's actually strawberry type.
It doesn't nothing. Well, I guess cause wait, no, cause some of the Apple moves are rock moves.
Yeah, it's,
Like, it
it's not
doesn't-
one for one. Yeah, it's
not.
It's hard to do.
All right,
Well,
let's. You know what that means? Boop. 96 graves.
96. Dang.
Yep, we're getting close.
It's funny. I've had a lot of people come to my stream regularly and asking like, I can't wait till Rathe streams again. When's Rathe gonna stream again? I was like, I don't know.
I am right now. No,
I'm
I
right
will. I will soon.
I'm just letting you know there was a demand,
Do
and
appreciate
it spilled into my channel in a good way.
I would just be like aggressive about. Get the fuck out of the stream if we keep talking about Rathe stream with it. We're Moon stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a command for that. It's command SO Rathe Vimri. I think that's the command.
It just kicks anybody. It just goes to my page.
That's funny. Yeah, I've been trying to set up. I didn't set up Ko-fi, but I wanted a coffee or what. I don't know how to say it. How do
I
people?
don't know.
How do people say it?
I'm just gonna say coffee for now. I agree that we should probably just say coffee, right?
I didn't say
Although
that.
I think of lo-fi, so I think of ko-fi.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
like,
why. And then I also think Kofifi or whatever Trump tweeted that one time, which is funny.
Oh,
That's what I called. That's what I call coffee for so long, for like years. Fresh cup of Kofifi.
Who are we bringing out, by the way?
If I can survive this battle, I don't know. I'm gonna run.
I think it'd be easier if we brought up the Cup V, just because it's. I don't know.
We've got
We
the
don't have
Cup
a
V.
lemon,
We both
though.
have a Scherzel, which is orange and vanilla, so it could replace. It's the same typing.
Yeah.
And then Gummy Ursa, you've got Lemdrop and. Alright. Well, let me just get back to the Poké Center.
Okay. Okay.
Holy shit, these banana bees.
Dragon Ball Z, Mario in the Battle of Snake Way, 1000-fold Neo Hyper Zero, or Zeo, because I couldn't read the end of that. Neo Hyper Zeo was really fucking hard to flip between. You gotta head back to work. All right, thank you so much for being here, Dreamer. Thank you for supporting us, being an awesome person.
Thank you so much. Thanks for helping out with, the feedback during the T-diffs.
During all the T-diffs, don't talk too loudly about them.
Come on, Mercury, just take this thing out. Yes. Flinch, banana, flinch. Okay, good. We got this working. I'm so glad that we've got everything going smoothly in terms of.
Oh yeah.
But
I'm
yeah.
glad that things are working.
The legendary Pink Dots is that band. Definitely recommend them for sure. They sound really cool.
Okay. Now I know what you're talking about, because before I was just like, what? I literally just thought of the candy. The legendary Pink Dots.
Yeah, it's a band. It's a band that I just heard of from my roommate actually. It's a really cool band from I guess 1990, 1991.
Ooh, I like that era. That's one of my favorite eras.
It's very experimental, kind of new wave. It was cool.
Ooh, I love new wave. Even like the stuff that's so new wave that you're just like, what the fuck? Like
Damn, you can't escape. Don't do this.
Are we all right?
Yeah, it's just the banana bees. They're all like level 19, and I can't escape from them.
Oh, are you in the tunnel?
Yep.
I'm gonna say it when you.
What is strawberry resist, or what resists strawberry? Apple, orange.
Apple, orange.
No. Cherry resists strawberry, strawberry resists strawberry, and raspberry resists strawberry, which I don't have.
Oh shit.
Grape is gonna just take normal damage, and vanilla will take normal damage. So I guess I'm gonna send out Mercury. Yikes.
Just so you know, like when you work on your Flangoose, like the banana road makes it so easy.
Okay.
You just orange shock everything. And everything's like banana's weak to orange, so you just like shock everything.
It's using banana wing. Should be okay. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here.
Okay, that's done. Party.
Perfect. Oh wow. Okay.
We got a little bit more to go there.
That's a shame that we lost Wes Welker. Okay, I'm out. Out of the chocolate cave.
Hey, at least we still have tons of orange Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Like Poke Sweets.
Yeah, we have options.
So.
Okay, we're burying the.
I think I need stronger banana.
Into the compost, unfortunately.
Yes. I'm thinking the lemon or the Cup V, just because we already have orange going on.
Yeah, we've got the orange chocolate. Oh, you're thinking the lemon possibly? Lemon drop?
Yeah, because I don't lemon and lime are what fight each other, right? That's their big deal.
Yeah, let's take a look and see. Sweetie Pie, encounter rate increases, and I just have Tackle, Supersonic, Disable, and Foresight. Okay, I don't have any attacking moves right now, which is fine. That's totally cool. It's level
Comfy's
13.
got a really terrible moveset, so...
Yeah, it's the same.
Um...
Okay, what do you prefer of the two? I'll take either one. I don't mind taking the Gummy Ursa.
I feel like your Gummy Ursa is gonna turn into something good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's
but
do
I
that.
don't. My Lem drop's just gonna be unfortunate regardless. But like, we're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, we've got Bear Claw. It's level 13. Let's see if we can teach it anything.
Raft Moral.
TM Case. Bullet Mint. Can it learn Bullet Mint? Nope. Terry can, though. Terry Chocolate Orange. Fly. Axolot knows it. And Cut. It also doesn't know, can't know Cut. Okay, that sucks.
I don't. Yeah, I should check to see if there's anything it can learn. Oh, you know what's weird? Looking at it now, because I didn't really look at its moveset originally. It has raspberry moves.
Interesting.
No lemon moves.
That's good. Because you don't have a raspberry type at the moment, do you? Or no, you do. You have.
I mean, I have my cookie tot,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I just keep, it's just reeling from last time where we both lost
I feel
our
it.
raspberry types.
All the pressure.
So I'm stoked to play Platinum whenever we get to it, and I'm glad that we're actually making progress in this. This is our personal best for both
it's
of
gonna
us.
be fun.
I got a couple of co-op streams coming up too. On Halloween, I'm going to be doing a co-op with my partner Michelle.
Nice.
We're going to play Zombies Ate My Neighbors co-op, which I've never tried co-op before. And then there's a sequel called Zombies Ate My Neighbors, the sequel, which is just
It's a lot of fun.
It's a ROM hack someone did. New levels and stuff.
The original. I haven't played the other one because you said there was like the whole
It's fun.
sequel deal.
It's super fun. It's I've just never played it co-op. Like, I think I might have back in the day, but only ever done the solo thing. So it should be pretty fun. It should be a nice spoopy Halloween stream.
It's actually something that me and Invent did let's play of a long time ago.
Nice.
We used to do let's plays on YouTube,
Nice.
and that
you
was
did the
one of the
co-op
ones.
together.
But it got really rough. It got really rough real quick.
Do you think that game is easier co-op or easier single
Easier
player?
co-op.
Easier co-op.
Yeah, it's easier co-op in my opinion.
Because you can't hit each other.
It just gets too overwhelming
Mm-hmm.
without help in certain cases.
Also, on November 3rd is my birthday, so I'm going to do a birthday
Nice.
stream. Like my first subathon, so I'm not doing it like how other people do subathons, but right now we have 17 subs, and if I can get to 50, we can unlock an emote. So for each sub and gift sub, I'm going to be setting up like a birthday wheel, and I'm going to be playing Majora's Mask for the first time. I've never played Majora's Mask, so it's one of the few. Like I've dabbled maybe in it for like 30 seconds, but I've never like actually tried to play the game. So I'm going to play that for the first time, just because it's like a time travel and moon themed game. I feel like as you get older, that's basically time travel. Like aging is time travel.
Yeah, you're just,
In a
you're
way.
traveling through time. You just can't get back.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just like, and it's only in one direction, which is totally fine. We are time travelers already. So I wanna give it a shot. I know it's a super difficult game and it's gonna be really tough. But the birthday wheel will have all sorts of weird stuff that can happen, like play for 5 minutes with an upside down controller. And it's gonna be the first time I'm playing Majora's Mask, so there's gonna be some wackiness.
Yeah.
And I'll have a few other things, like I'll play some music that I've made. We'll have like a little music break, or you can submit a short YouTube clip, and we'll take a moment and just like react to a YouTube video. We're gonna have a bunch of birthday cupcakes,
Like
so
this.
you can feel free to indulge and like join in on it. If you have a treat or something, every time we get a birthday cupcake thing on the wheel, then you can dive in.
I like this.
Whatever
I like
your
the
own
idea.
your own
It's gonna be fun.
treat is. It'll be really fun for sure. And I'm thinking about keeping it open for like what people would suggest for what would be like a fun thing to see on the birthday wheel.
I'm gonna bring black licorice, which means everybody's gonna dislike me, but
I actually like black.
that shit.
I like the like traditional style. If you ever had like the traditional, it's almost like there's like a saltiness to it. It's weird, but
yeah, it's
a
good
really, like, deep
stuff.
flavor.
I just think everybody else. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not one of those people. I think everybody else is wrong. No.
Well, it's interesting
That's
because
not a good sign.
it's a divisive flavor, kind of like cilantro for people, right?
Oh yeah. Because cilantro, some people I guess taste like soap.
And interestingly enough, like I think a lot of people's first experience with licorice is like that, like really bad kind of candy, like bulk candy.
Oh yeah,
licorice.
like terrible jelly beans.
Yeah, or that too.
Like the most pungent ones. I love how I use pungent, but I think that's more of like a smell thing.
Well, it's 50%, right? Or more than I think smell is more than 50% of taste.
Yeah. So I guess, you know. Just I don't imagine like somebody like, you know, although like we're so used to using words in certain contexts though, like you bite into a piece of cheese and you're like, that's stinky.
Stinky.
It's stinky. And you're just like, well, it is 50%, you know, smell. So like it's no big deal. It's no different.
That's funny.
Yeah, this is getting to the point where I have to go into the tunnel to train, even though it's super dangerous.
But you said to go.
Because my flanflex.
What was the other place you said to check out? Was Banana Road? That's north of the town, right?
Yeah. It's like if you want to get your orange, like Pogo Sweets, if you want to get flan goose up there, orange shock everything.
Okay. Oh, because it's just all banana types. I got you. It's the literal.
It's just all bananas. Literally. It's very creative.
Oops, all bananas.
It's like,
actually, that would be
bananas.
That would be cool if you could manipulate your team, your starting team in this, and start with just banana types. Like if you could go in and just build a team, do an oops all bananas run. Or you could do oops all berries.
I'm totally down for that.
Oops all berries would be perfect for this because there's strawberry, raspberry, blueberry, cherry, and you could just limit yourself to those.
Yeah. I like that. I like that idea. Lem drop. I'm gonna have to take a break soon, everybody. It's about that time.
I can catch up in the training regard because you know we've been in and out with.
I've really only trained flan flex. Not lem drop. Okay. Ooh, that's an okay amount of experience. For a level 13, 232? Oh my. Oh, I wish we would have caught this one. There's a tort twig.
Let's see. Oh, nice. It's like a lemon tort.
Yes.
That's cool. A little meringue shell.
It's very adorable. But now it's dead. Oh, another one. I kind of want the lem drops. Makes me wonder if the lem drop was more of a rare encounter, so given the experience rate.
So what's our best bet against banana and chocolate? Like chocolate, I do have a chocolate type, but banana is weak against
orange.
Orange.
Totally orange.
Okay, cool.
So just orange, like literally just.
Is orange shock gonna still like take out a banana bee?
It should either do it or come close.
Okay. I just feel nervous after
Depending
losing
on
that
level,
last orange one.
Yes, flinch. Foresight? That's not gonna help you.
Yeah,
I forgot even what Foresight does.
To play Majora's Mask, just because I've heard.
Oh, you should be.
Really,
it's
really
amazing.
I spent a lot of time with
good.
the soundtrack, listening to it. I spent a handful of time with Ocarina of Time, but the N64 games are probably like my least played Zelda games, and the DS ones.
They are really good. I like Majora's Mask more, but that's just because I played a lot more of it. And also, I don't know, like.
I'm open to help, by the way. I'm not doing like a no backseating thing, even though it's my first time.
Yeah, I mean, I
feel like
do
it's
that for
pretty
certain things, but like, I like doing no backseating for Fire Emblem because those games can be rough. So it's kind of funny to watch me struggle through all of the math. It's a whole lot of math. Even though some of it's simple. It's a whole lot of math. Oh, I should be using confection. I forgot that I believe that most of the raspberry types have pretty good special attack, but not good attack.
I think you eventually get Psy Beam, or Pi Beam, sorry.
Oh yeah, Pi Beam. Probably, I could see that.
Probably.
I'm just trying to get a level because I think I'm supposed to turn into a cookie tune with my next level because I think it does that at like 18, right? Normally.
It's 21 or 22, I think.
Oh, okay, that's weird because there was those level 18 cookie tunes on that.
I think it's 20.
Back
I think it's 21.
To the...
I think it was like 21 or something like 20.
Weird. Why do they get lower leveled ones? That's weird.
They've done that in the original game. I've seen that.
Nonsense. I call it bullshit.
Taurus shit. I call it Taurus
shit. Taurus shit. Okay.
No, it's Snubble shit.
Snubble.
Snubble
So, this is some Snubble shit.
DJ Snubble shit.
Snubble was another weird one. Grumble.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me switch over here just to make sure I can see
Light.
type chart.
Yes, flinch. Confection. It's weird. It's a treat that confuses the shit out of you. Not supersonic.
Yeah. Oh, come on, by the skin of its teeth. No.
No, we don't want that. Not here. Not now.
Damn. Okay.
Okay. Level. Was trying to learn Twin Needle, but you can't learn more than 4 moves. Sure, I don't plan on using Disable anytime soon. I can see the value in it, but... Yep, it's level 21.
It's evolving.
Yep.
Heck yeah. It's a cool design. And I think, you know what, I never would consider using Cricketune. I don't even know what gen it shows up in. Is it Gen 4? Or is it Gen 5?
Maybe.
I think it's Gen 4.
Because I've never played Gen 4.
It might be Gen 4. So we might be able to actually run into one in Platinum.
Oh, into a
Cricketune.
what's it called? Cricketune and
Cricketot, yeah.
Cricketot.
It's cool.
Okay.
It's a cool design. I think it's like just a super underused one in my opinion. I've just never used one on a team.
You mean all bug Pokemon?
Well, yeah, but for me in general, like there's just certain Pokemon. Yeah. It's like I've never really used it on a team before this.
There's some Pokemon that I actively avoid, like Rathe and Raticate. I just don't like them. They're just not my thing.
They're cooler in this because of their dual typing of Strawberry, Blueberry. I think I'd much rather have that on a team than just like a normal type.
True, because we've never had any other Blueberry.
And Alolan Raticate is pretty badass. I think like
the new forms have made it.
Just Dark type.
Yes.
It's pretty badass.
Have made it so much cooler. As you try to explain it, I continue being like, yeah.
If you could, what's your favorite Pokemon right now? And if you could create an Alolan form or a new form, what type would you want it to be instead? That's a good question. For like the chat, even not just for us.
Oh, okay, because you know it's gonna be Scyther. There's like no.
But what? But what? Would you change? Because I mean, Scyther's getting that Rock evolution. It's got a Bug Steel evolution already. What would you change in terms of the typing?
I'd probably model it after something like a. I think about like assassin bugs and stuff, and I'm like, I would like to have a Scyther that's also dark type.
What's an assassin bug?
They're also called like kissing bugs to some people, but Reduvidae is the group that they're in, and they're what we call Hemiptera, which are like true bugs. So they have 6 legs and a piercing, sucking mouth part called a rostrum. So they're basically like some of them do feed off of like animal blood and human blood.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they're ambush predators.
And you said they're
really cool. Yeah, the rostrum's their like mouth part.
So because they feed off of blood, could there be a vampire true bug called Rostrumdamus?
Rostrum.
That's like super terrible.
Yes, Rostrumdamus. I actually have.
That's awful.
Right here in this corner, everybody, this little thing right here is actually a assassin bug. This is a green,
tiny. In comparison to the
others. This is a tiny one. Yeah, because we've got a huge type of stag beetle, and we have some common whitetail dragonflies. So they're very small in comparison. But that's a I'm trying to remember the name of it, but I didn't treat it with acetone, so or a similar like basically preserving agent. So it browned, but that assassin bug is generally like bright green.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, so it can hide on plants, right? And they're not all that way. Like the most common, like quote unquote assassin bug slash like kissing bug is usually like more brown, and some of them have like red stripes on them and stuff. In fact, the shadow monster found one in her apartment the other day, so I told her to put it in a vial and freeze it. So I'll be pinning that. You guys can see a bigger, more, I guess, threatening looking assassin bug. Some of them are really cool,
though. It kind of looks like the size of an earwig or something.
Yeah, around there. Around that size, yeah, definitely. Less, it looks prettier than an earwig, but I would rather deal with an earwig in terms of like having them around me, because some do feed on blood and stuff, but they're not like deadly. The problem is that some things end up becoming vectors, right?
Yeah.
So they'll carry certain things will carry viruses and diseases, but I don't think assassin bugs usually do. I don't want you to be afraid of any bug out there, you know, like
they should
more
do
afraid
a
of
sequel.
you than you are them.
Was it Bugs Fable or Bug Fables that you played? That was that Paper Mario game.
Yeah, I played Bug Fables.
They should do a sequel and call it Bug Fables Assassin Bugs, and then they'll all be wearing hoods and they'll just be jumping from the tops of buildings.
It's just TMNT, but like with bugs.
Like meets Assassin's Creed. So they've all got like the like hidden blades in their arms.
Oh yeah. Well, especially since we have
that was a great
all
game,
those cool
Bug Fables. That looked super fun.
Oh
I didn't play it, but
I never finished it because that boss is so fucking hard on hard mode, and I wanted to be. I mean, if I switched it to easy mode, I probably could win, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I refuse to. Because you can get special badges and like cool equipment if you beat bosses on hard mode.
Nice.
It's like a part of the game.
So I was playing a game yesterday, and remember I told you, I don't think I fully went into like what my idea for a game was. I think I was telling you I wanted to do a game that didn't really have like a lot of battling involved, and I wanted to like develop an indie game, put together a team and all that, and maybe start developing some games. It would be really, really cool. Just from the perspective of designing them and doing the sound, I think it'd be a lot of fun. But I was playing a couple of Game Boy Color space-themed games yesterday, and I got a really great idea for a puzzle game, an arcade-style puzzle game that like I just spent a good hour just fleshing it out, and I'm like super stoked. It's inspired by a lot of different like arcade games and also other puzzle games. So I'm really excited for that.
I'm totally down.
Like as soon as it came to me, it's like, oh man. I'll go into more detail as well, but I just want to make like some indie games. I grew up playing a lot of like simplistic like NES ports of arcade games and a lot of simplistic games, and like they had me hooked as a kid, and then now I love playing roguelikes and randomizers, and that concept of like it being different every time also has me hooked. now, and it's like, okay, those two things hooked me in. What if I try and make a game that's like, you know, about those elements that hooked me, if that makes sense. Or like,
I like this idea. I think that's the part, that's like the element of like passion that allows people to actually drive towards doing stuff, right? Like, is to be like, hey, all these things in my life, I see them and I want to put them into like a box, right?
Yeah.
And I want to arrange them in this nice fashion that like I see as my vision as a result of all these things happening. Right?
Almost like a
back
prism.
The arcade.
Like if you imagine a prism, like all the light
goes through, and then
almost
something
like
new appears.
a backwards prism almost, where like the different individual ingredients, like the different colors, and then you just get one solid beam at the end.
Reverse prism. It's
reverse
coined.
prism.
It's coined by us. It's a creative concept. You can't take it. We own it. I slammed the copyright on it. No. It's illegal. It's just like using the term superhero because Marvel has that copyright written, which is stupid in my opinion.
That's really
but it is really dumb. Copywriting like real non-product words, like, because superhero is just so general, right? Like,
we're just gonna start calling them hyperheroes.
Like,
hyperheroes.
Yeah. Like if they came up with a word like like Marvillains or something,
oh, no.
and it was like clearly attached to their nonsense,
no.
I'd be like, I guess you can have it. It's
no,
a terrible
no.
word, but I guess if you want
bad.
it, like, it's such a bad word, but if you guys want it, you can have it. But superheroes?
I like that.
That's why you got to use like superhuman and like just regular hero, because
the city of Metropolis is being terrorized. I guess the city of New York is being terrorized by villains. It's like, no. Take a second look. They're Mar-villains. It's like, oh no. Even worse.
Oh no. My favorite Mar-villain is Carnage. It's just bad marketing at that point.
Mine's Mar-venom. That's my favorite one.
Mar-venom. It just sounds like you're trying to say more venom, but like the vowels come. Mar-venom.
You're a drunk pirate. Mar-venom.
Mar-venom.
Well, it's.
We need Mar-venom.
It's like, sir, I know. I said, what's your poison, but this is rum.
This is rum. This is not venom, my friend. Yeah, actually, it'd probably be, I guess, more like a. Well, I guess it could be both, right? Because you can extract venom, and then also you can extract the components of something that's poisonous and turn it into a liquid. So I was gonna say, like, I was gonna be really particular, but I'm like, yeah, technically once you get down to removing them from the source, it's just whatever thing it comes, whatever it comes from doesn't matter as much anymore. Because, like, you know, there's the debate, like, it's not even a debate, it's just scientifically, like, something that's venomous is a living thing that, you know, injects and then or applies, and then there's poisonous, which is like something that like you would ingest.
Interesting. So what makes, I understand that venom is an alien symbiote, but what makes, like, what's the connection to the name? Like, why is that alien symbiote when he connects with Eddie Brock or whatever? Like, why did Venom like, choose
him, or why is the name Venom?
Yeah, like, why is the name Venom? Like, what's the connection, right? Because is it because the symbiote is like applied to him like a poison? Is that the idea? Or like he ingests it like a poison?
I'm not sure, which is weird because I'm a really big fan of Spider-Man, but I have this weird feeling, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong before I go on this break. I have a weird feeling it has to do with the time, you know, like certain things were named stuff in a weird way, because, you know, like all the old sci-fi stuff is really ridiculous, like planet names and like alien names are really obnoxious. So I wonder if they were just like Venom, Carnage, Toxin, like, and they just named them like
just after a thing that's bad,
like,
that's already seen as bad, like
yeah, exactly. Like, and then they try to keep the you know, I don't know why they went Venom,
it's like
Carnage.
Apocalypse is another one, like same concept.
Oh yeah, or yeah, Apocalypse. I mean, even the name Doctor Doom, you're like, he's Doctor Doom. It's like both cool and cheesy at the same time.
Yeah. It's like cold cheese.
Cold cheese.
What's the matter? Got cold cheese? You mean cold feet? No, I mean cold cheese.
Cold feet? Cool. I have cold cheese currently.
That means you're very that means the opposite. It means you're very confident, you have no doubts. There's nothing whatsoever.
Yeah, the cheese is cold, man.
Yeah,
meaning I'm gonna do well. Yeah. The cheese is cold.
I like that.
It just sounds like a late 80s, early 90s.
Sounds like something you would have heard
cold,
on Top Gun. Like you would have heard them saying into the radios.
All right, we're flying in. Cheese is cold. Okay. I guess that's like I guess that's just the same thing as being like we're chill, but I guess.
Yeah.
The cheese is cold.
The curds have been chilled.
Cheese is hot, man.
No, you don't want that.
I just
cheese is hot. It's melted.
We don't want the cheese to be hot. Yeah, but dude, I like nachos a lot, man. That's not the point. If the cheese is cold, it's all in one place. If it's hot, it's dripping everywhere. You know, we gotta make the metaphor really, really obnoxious.
Can't be contained.
Yeah, I can't contain this cheese. It's hot. Like, this cheese is uncontainable.
If the cheese is cold, it can't be contained. If the cheese is hot, well, if the cheese, well, you can't be contained again.
Yeah, you can't. Oh god. Jeez. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, don't get fooled again.
Exactly.
All right, I gotta go on break real quick, everybody.
Okay. Thanks for everyone for sticking around
to...
through this nonsense.
Yes, much appreciated. I'll see you guys in 15 minutes or so. Moon's gonna be here talking to you and training.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give another shout out to Moon here before I go. Everybody go over there, check out Moon's stream, and I'll see you all in a little bit.
Yeah, see you soon. I'm actually trying to check out Lemon Way, I think is what it's called, to do some training. It's actually not a bad place to do some training. I'm a little bit afraid to go into Chocolate Cave at this moment, just because they're pretty high level. Just right now. I think here and Banana Road are like the best places to train at the moment. And like we were talking about earlier in SS Banana, we have one more floor. We've like pretty much cleared every single room and got all the items, and we also met Chocobun, who's a chocolate Lopunny, it looks like, who can speak English. Or a chocolate bunnery, perhaps. But they claim to, and other people have claimed, that they are the creator of this world. They created the Poké Sweets, and they also created the land. So they're kind of like God. At some point, we met God, the Poké Sweet God. Got to a battle, and there's an entire floor which is probably going to have a rival battle at the end of it. And it could be 1, 2, or 3 rival battles in a row, because there are 3 rivals, so we just don't know. We already have Fly, but we can't use Fly until we beat this gym leader. So we're going to have to do that and then take on the gym leader. So it's pretty much just grind central at this point. Yeah, I guess we're just going to have to keep using Terry the chocolate orange fungus. If you have any, so I don't think Rathe got a chance to answer, like what type Scyther he would want to be. Well, I guess he said Dark type because of the Assassin Bug connection there. But I'm trying to think if I was to come up with an Alolan or like an alternate form of one of my favorite Pokemon at the moment. I'll have to think about it, but feel free to drop it in the chat. Think about one of your favorite Pokemon. Think about redesigning them based off of something, and then what types would they be for a regional variant. For me, one of my favorite Pokemon right now is Girafarig, so it could be really interesting to maybe see like Fire Grass type and have the front of him be like on fire and the back be grass, or vice versa. So it's like burning grass, it's Fire Grass type, completely different typing. And it's still got the concept of the front half and back half. I think that would be really interesting. Is there a fire grass type Pokemon that exists? And I ask because I really don't know any of the Pokemon in Gen 8. Just getting to know them. I haven't played Pokemon Sword and Shield. But I am very excited about... I was very excited about the remakes. I'm actually much more excited about Arceus Legends now that I see that the remakes to Diamond and Pearl kind of almost look like little toys. It doesn't make sense. It's an odd art style choice. And it claims to be a reference to these games, to like Gen 3 and Gen 4 games, to make them feel more like the classic games, but the remakes are now kind of not really looking the greatest in my opinion. However, I am really excited about Pokemon Arceus Legends. Looks really fun. Okay, Mercury picked up our Cupcat, or Persian. Finally picked up a rare candy. So we restarted this. This is part 7. When we restarted this, we both were getting rare candies like crazy, but then Rathe kept finding rare candies with his Cupcat. Queen.midi. And with Mercury, our Cupcat, we just been finding berries. Just like, here's a person berry, here's an Aspera berry, here's an orange berry. It's fine. We're like loaded up with berries, but finally, we found a rare candy. Woo. Breaking the streak. We're definitely going to use it. We're going to feed candy to our candy Pokemon. It's funny, they eat each other. They eat themselves when they get poisoned, because it's hunger instead of poison. And they take bites out of themselves, and also the trainers eat them. Maybe we'll get to eat Choco Bunny. We'll get to eat God at the end of the game. Who knows? Who are we giving this to? I think we should give this to... Sure. Ooh, level 17 down here, so holy shoot. This is crazy. Cool. I'm gonna use that orange shot. Not enough to do it just with one. That's okay. There we go. Moon Up 3 gained some experience. We got some great names for our Pokemon, and just a reminder too, if you want to come up with a name for a Pokemon, it's 420 Moonstones on my end to come up with the name. You can redeem it anytime for any game that we play when there's a chance for us to name something. Ooh, there's a nice little Tortwig. Great design. And we actually have some names in the queue. We've got up_3moon, which is a name redeemed by Henny Blank. Matt_butt, also redeemed by Henny Blank. Skuggert is in the list, redeemed by Surfins. And so those are our next... oh, and then He's a Little Pimmins Man, or Pimmins Man. We obviously can't fit He's a Little Pimmins Man, but Pimmins Man will be our next one, also from Surfins. So at any time you can do that. We've got a queue going on both ends. Rathe also has the same thing. And if you want to mess around with some sound effects, you can do that on Rathe's end. I think it's just Command Sounds to check them out. And then on my end, it's Command SFX or Command SFX2. And there's tons of different sound effects you can mess around with from different games that we're playing. I've got 64 on my end. Plus, Rathe recorded all of his sounds as well, which is kind of cool. Hold on. Okay. It's not worth taking all the experience. Let's just send out Terry. Ooh, he has Donut Trap. Alright, Tortwig has Donut Trap, so that means that we're stuck here. Interesting. Okay, let's heal. Use Tackle because that's all we got. We don't really have much in terms of Gummy Ursa at the moment. Wingardium Gummy Ursa. Nice. Just keep that training going. That's the best thing we can do. Just a moment. 1 second. Just wanted to throw some shout-outs there to Grimbomb and to Central Scrutinizer TV. See y'all hanging out. My partner's on Homesider's using her account. It's funny. Yeah, you can identify Terry the Chocolate Orange all you want, because Orange Shock. Come on. Still not enough to take it out in one hit. That's alright. Nice. Moving up 3, good to level 50. Slow progress. That's fine. Still not enough. Yeah, we just need like a couple more levels, then we can just one hit these Gummy Ursas. I do not want to get in a fight with that trainer at all. We need to make sure we absolutely do not have that happen. Because all the trainer battles in this are double battles, and we can't lock ourselves into one. Not yet. Heal up Terry. Ooh. cannot run into a battle. Good, good, good. Okay. I'm gonna go heal real quick. It's actually giving us some good experience down there, but I'm gonna check out Banana Road up here for a little bit. We'll just alternate. Yeah, I'm really excited to dive into Platinum after this game and for the Halloween and birthday streams coming up. Halloween's always been one of my favorite times of the year, probably because it's close to my birthday, but also I just always really like the Halloween spooky aesthetic and like retro animated cartoons back in the day. I have like an ongoing playlist on my personal YouTube channel, not for the channel, but not for 3-upping, but a separate one where I curate lists of cartoons and just animated shorts and stuff like that I really love. And often I'll just pick a playlist of 10 different playlists and press shuffle. And it's kind of like having your own randomized cartoon television channel. But I'm a huge fan of classic animation, and I love Halloween and classic animation as well. Ooh. Foresight. Switching. This isn't good. This isn't a good spot to be in. Come on. Just gonna keep hurting yourself. There we go. Yikes. Close. Let's not do it.
Wow.
I've returned.
You have returned. And you brought Ma Nana with you.
I wish. That would have been a fun one to catch. Although, it doesn't have an evolution, which I think is weird.
I think the cool...
If I recall, it doesn't.
I think it would be cool to like create a pre-evolution for this thing.
Where it's like smaller or something, or
just like maybe it doesn't have
it's
the
just
big
growing?
metal mouth. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe the hat hasn't grown.
Yeah.
And I'm saying like in general for actual Mawile, like it'd be kind of cool.
Oh,
to do baby
yeah.
Mawile. I mean, I know they abandoned
like
the idea of baby Pokemon a while ago, but...
Wait. Did they entirely?
Well, I don't think they're adding
there's so
new
many
ones.
gens I haven't.
I don't think they're adding new ones. I'm pretty sure like they're focusing more on like the alternate forms and stuff like that, which is cool. I'm super down with that as well, but it'd be cool to come back to it. I know in Gen 4, when we get into Gen 4, you're going to see there's a ton of connection to Gen 1 and Gen 2, specifically with pre-evolutions and then evolutions. They spent a lot of time, like Gen 4 to me, I think has, I could be wrong, but it has the most pre-evolutions and the most post-evolutions of previous Pokemon out of any gen that they've introduced.
Again, like since I haven't played it, but like I wouldn't doubt that.
Well, it's like Electivire, Magmortar.
Oh yeah.
Like they're all there. Rhyperior is there, and then you've got stuff like who's the Happiny, the baby to
That's right.
to Chansey.
Some of those are impossible to avoid, even if you haven't played the
Tangrowth.
The 4th gen. You know.
Is another one. Licky. So yeah, there's a handful.
These Flangooses down here with their sleep flower and nonsense.
Ambipom is also from
yeah.
that gen. So there's just a lot of connection to it, which I think is really cool. It's actually a really cool way to do it. I'd like to see them do that again with another generation and tie it into a different generation. Like maybe there's a bunch of Gen 3 and 5 and 7 Pokemon that get pre-evolutions and evolutions.
They get that would be cool. And there's definitely some Pokemon that should have, or at least like there's definitely routes you could take, right?
So I was saying when you were gone, you had said like an assassin bug would be cool inspiration to like redesign a Scyther, and you said it would be a dark type.
Yeah, just like the idea that like it was
Just pure dark. Or...
more of an ambush. Yeah, well, it'd be dark bug, of course, but it'd probably be bug dark because you know how.
Dark bug would be interesting though because it would be the only type that has dark primary, bug secondary.
That would be pretty cool. It's more darkness than bug now.
So I was saying when you were on break, Giraffarig redesigned as a fire grass type, where the front of him is on fire and the back of him is just like covered in leaves. Or the back of him is made up of like, you know, tree trunk or like root, you know, like bark legs.
I could see that.
Kind of like
that'd be so wild though.
Or the other way around. The front could be grass and the back could be on fire. But I think like I don't think fire grass exists. There might be one grass fire type, but I think that'd be really cool.
It's literally just a Pokemon that's modeled after like when farmers burn brush to clean land.
And its name would be instead of Giraffarig, it'd be Girasse Fire Rig because it's grass.
Girasse. That's a lot. That's quite hard to say. I can't even.
Girasse Fire Rig.
Girasse Fire Rig.
It hurts to say. It's funny.
It's a lot of back and forth motioning.
No, so I was asking the chat, but no one offered a suggestion of like how they would redesign their favorite Pokemon. But I like the idea that Game Freak's been messing around with that a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you've
changing
seen
thing up.
The Galarian mythical birds from the DLC to Sword and Shield.
Yeah.
There's like a Galarian version of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. They're really weird designs.
Oh, I bet.
Zapdos looks like a chicken. It's actually like...
It's literally a chicken.
Legs. It looks like a chicken, yeah. 100%.
But does it taste like a chicken?
I can't remember.
That's the real question.
I'm trying to remember the actual typings. Let me just quickly see here.
I'm sure this has been said like a ton, like a lot, but like Cookie Tot and like Cricket Tot and stuff, they just look like weird, like bougie gentlemen.
Totally.
That like, you know, like that's exactly what they look. You know, they even have that bright red nose. Like, it reminds me of. I know he didn't have a nose like that, but he had a bigger nose. The one in Popeye.
Oh, Bluto?
Yeah. Like who ate the burgers all the time?
No,
not
Wimpy.
Bluto. The
Wimpy. Yeah.
Just reminds me of that for some reason.
I'll gladly give you $1 today for a hamburger, or I'll give you $1 on like Wednesday for a hamburger today. Like he's always asking to borrow. Because he has to eat
a handout. He's like, I'll give you
a ham.
I'll give you what you need later.
It looks like okay. Galarian Articuno is psychic flying, and it levitates. Its arms, its wings are like crossed, and it levitates. It's using its mind to fly instead of its wings, but it is still a bird.
What?
And the best part about it is it's flying because of its mind, and it doesn't even bother using its wings. It just like chills while it levitates. So
this is a legit thing.
This is a legit thing. This was released in the DLC. The most recent DLC for Sword and Shield, where they like introduced like 14 more Pokemon and then added like a new area you could explore, and a couple of them were the Galarian forms of the first 3 birds. So Zapdos is fighting flying, and he looks like a chicken.
Okay.
Kind of looks
weird.
like a similar to Dodrio in a way, like a little bit. And then dark flying is Moltres.
Oh, I can get behind that.
It's kind of cool. So it's actually giving you psychic fighting in dark as a trinity, which to me I think is really interesting. Like even for starters, that would be a cool starter trinity, right? Like if you could pick psychic fighting or dark type, because they all have a relationship to each other.
That would. I like the idea of them eventually breaking that mold, right? The grass, water, fire thing.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, they added ones that have like dual typing, but like it's not the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like doing the Grimlock and stuff, you know, you just have poison, dark, and Ghost.
Send out Mercury here. Ooh, gotta be careful. I've got a couple levels on Gummy Ursa and my Flying Goose.
Nice.
And then I actually, oh, by the way, broke the mold, finally. Found a rare candy for the first time.
Oh, nice.
So
and
long.
did you use it?
Yeah, I gave it to Q-Pop, because I just realized you've been calling it Lollywhack because yours is evolved and mine is not.
Yes, that's what
I totally
yes.
didn't realize that. Like,
That's why I say like the Q-Pop Lollywhack, like I just say both of them until eventually you get a Lollywhack.
that's funny. But yeah, the Galarian birds, they kind of threw me for a loop. I was just playing Pokemon Showdown, Generation 8, and then I got like one of the Articunos, and I was like, what the hell is this? This is amazing.
What is this?
It's just some smug,
What's this?
some smug psychic.
What's this? What's this? There's magic everywhere.
I told you about the Metroidvania on Game Boy Advance that is Nightmare Before Christmas themed. Nightmare Before Christmas, the Pumpkin King. It's just like Super Metroid style.
What's this? Yeah.
It's really cool. I have a.
I'm so
It's
down.
funny you said what's this, because I have one of the sounds I have is Pokemon Stadium 2 announcers saying what's this? What's this?
What's this?
There's magic in the air. Excuse me while I get my sunglasses.
Wow. just the what's this, but sung by the announcer from
For Pokemon Stadium 2.
Stadium.
I'm into it.
There's lights on strings.
But yes, there is a Metroidvania on Game Boy Advance. We got it in our spooky Halloween Retro Roulette, and it's actually not terrible.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm super interested.
It's kind of
What
like the GBA Castlevania Metroid style game. It's cool.
Nice. I'm totally down. I love Nightmare Before Christmas.
You get a frog gun and you play as Jack Skellington. So
Oh, I'm totally down. I'm super down. I gotta get this.
it's called the Pumpkin King.
Pumpkin King. The Pumpkin King.
That's a classic. I definitely got to watch that near the end of the. I don't really. I usually watch it around Christmas, but why not watch it?
You basically get to watch it all throughout October and all throughout December.
Yeah. Well, you can watch anything whenever you want, but not a lot of people watch Christmas movies in July.
Don't break the rule.
Oh, another Asper Berry.
Another Asper Bear, of course.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Wake up! Thank you. Yes.
Wake up.
I can't believe there's level 31 Flangooses in here. It's frightening.
Where are you?
In the chocolate tunnel.
Jeez.
I ran into level 31 Flangooses.
That's crazy. That's why I'm not there. Like, I've only been running into level 19s there, but I'm just training in Banana Way. But I did check out...
It's a good idea.
It is a little bit dangerous because there's the potential of us having, like, running into a battle. But I did check out Lemon Way, where we picked up our Lem Drop and Gummy Ursa. And there's some decent Pokemon there to train with.
Yeah, the Lem Drops do, like, a 232, so they're about, like, the Maw-Nanas in terms of experience.
Oh, wow.
So it's pretty good. I have not done anything. Yeah, the Maw-Nanas are like 212, I think, if you can run into them, then just orange shock them, and then they're just dead. Got a little bit. Just gonna keep focusing on Flanflex.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. Just training. I'm training my Gummy Ursa and my
Flangoose.
yeah, together.
I'm
That'd be an
hoping to
odd
just
dessert.
like
an orange chocolate flan and then a lemon gummy. And they're served together.
yeah, I'm trying to think of like how you design that dessert. Do you just put like a gummy bear on top of it?
On top of the flan.
It's just like a perfectly like it's like the most like extravagant like orange banana chocolate flan ever, and then they just drop a lemon gummy bear on top of it. Art.
It's ready.
You know, art is subjective, right? I know it is, but it seems like you were kind of lazy on the draw here. Like this was was the lemon gummy bear an afterthought?
It's like, no,
or is this where you started?
Art is not subjective. Tart is subjective.
Tart is subjective. Of course.
You do not like my tart
How could
work?
I be so... My tart work? Do you like my tart work?
Your tart work.
Yeah, I'd like it, but
Grovile. No, wait, not Grovile. What's the one in the middle? Who does Churchwig evolve into? Grottle. That's what it is. That's why I think it's like really similar, like Grodel. Grodel.
Oh, Grodel. That just doesn't sound good. That's like Grody plus Turtle together.
Turtles are grody, man.
Turtles can be grody. I think most animals have this like penchant for being grody. Like koalas are really gross.
Don't they all have the
They're
same
super gross.
STD? Isn't their like entire population infested with?
Yeah, there's a lot. Like most of them have syphilis, I think.
Yeah, and most of them either die from that or they just get so high on eucalyptus and they fall into rivers and stuff,
Yeah,
and they're just
fall
so chill and they don't even bother trying to breathe or struggle. They're just like, yeah, man, this is.
But apparently, then like when they get into fights, though, they're pretty.
They're fierce
They're
and
pretty
they have claws.
intense.
Like they're like, and if they ever decide to stand up and not just be like curled up climbing stuff, if they ever decide to stand up, they have long ass legs and they can, like, it is terrifying. If you see
For being like, because they're usually squatting, right? You know, like. It's either syphilis
look
or
like
chlamydia.
Enderman.
I think it's chlamydia.
They look like Enderman from Minecraft.
When they stand up. I feel like that's a little bit of hyperbole, but they're that tall.
Can you imagine how terrifying that would be? Like they
And
still have the
you
claws.
can't look at them too long, or else
Yeah, don't look them in the eyes.
don't look them in the eyes.
Oh,
Don't look
that's
koalas
funny.
in the eyes.
That's a hilarious image.
Hey, Flanflex, thank you. These Flangoose, like, putting shit to sleep is not fun.
Well, thank you for the follow, by the way, Irish Burly Bear, for the recent follow.
Ooh.
And thank you to Parahax for the
Welcome
recent
in.
raid as well. I appreciate that.
Welcome in,
I know
everybody.
you're in and out, and Parahax is working on a really cool ROM hack right now, actually.
Parahax is always working on a pretty cool.
It's a Halloween-themed ROM hack, and it's sort of like a really cool gauntlet where there's like multiple King Boo boss fights, but they're all super unique. It's a cool way
Nice.
to approach the boss fight idea, because there's a lot of people who've made their own custom boss fights in Mario World ROM hacks and stuff, and a lot of them get like reused because Super Mario World Central, like a lot of times people go, here, I uploaded my code, you can go ahead and use it.
And they're just like, we want that.
And people will like change little things, like graphical things, but I think it's cool to challenge yourself to make a unique boss fight, especially with some of the limitations that game had.
100%. That's a part of like the, you start with a groundwork framework you learn, and then you split, right? Like, or at least hopefully. Maybe you don't want to. Maybe you're okay with like making, even a music. Like maybe you want to make Saria's song like remixes for the rest of your life. I'm not gonna like hate on you for it. But
I hope not, because I'm releasing my album next Wednesday. Of just
that's all Saria.
It's just all remixes of that song.
Just a Lost Woods theme, fucking remixed.
Yeah.
15 different ways. I don't know why anybody liked my reggaeton version of.
Yeah, it's a reggaeton Gerudo Valley.
Oh, that might work.
It could work actually.
That might work.
Hold on. Did we
Just like reggaeton Zelda's Lullaby doesn't seem like it'd work though. You really have to change like the whole feeling of a
Link
song.
versus Reggaetonendorf.
Reggaetonendorf. Calypso. That's that's not only a music form, but definitely sounds like a villain.
Isn't it a villain? It's a Marvillain.
Calypso.
I think Calypso is a Marvillain. I'm not.
Marvillain, probably a Marvillain.
I'm pretty
to be
sure.
honest.
I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
He's the biggest Marvillain of them all.
I think it might be. She's the biggest Marvillain of them all, but I don't know. It feels like
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm feeling an X-Men vibe. X-Men.
Oh, I'm thinking. Are you thinking Cyclops?
know, but I feel like
Is there one?
You know,
okay,
like Gambit,
well, I'm gonna look this up.
You know how Gambit is like a southern, he's like from New Orleans?
Yeah.
I think it's another New Orleans Marvillain, or a Marvillain.
Oh, yeah. Calypso Azili. She's a fictional supervillain appearing in, usually as an enemy of Spider-Man. I guess I didn't know that.
Okay, that's where I got it from, because I spent a lot of time reading the Amazing Spider-Man comics back in the day, and I just started rereading them. I'm like into issue 20, but I've already like the first 50 issues. I kind of like I feel like I've reread over and over, but I've been actually making screenshots of my favorite panels and stuff, and I posted some on Twitter. But I'm pretty sure, it might have been from that I'm pulling.
Well, immediately when I read partner and like lover of Kraven the Hunter, I was like, oh, makes sense again. That makes sense to me.
Oh yeah.
People tend to forget about Kraven the Hunter.
Yeah, there's like they kind of made issues starring him in the very beginning, like in the 60s. Like every other issue was Kraven the Hunter fighting. And
then he disappeared because he's actually kind of a really awkward villain for like the area, you know? Like Kraven the Hunter doesn't really fit the aesthetic. Whereas,
he showed up in the,
in
the 90s, like Spider-Man TV show that I watched as a kid.
Oh, yes.
He did show up, and so did Blade and a few other like obscure characters and stuff from the comics. But it did kind of, I remember it feeling like really out of place. It's like this would have fit if this was like 60s Spider-Man, but it doesn't necessarily fit in 90s.
Where,
Spider-Man.
I mean, like Scorpion and Rhino and Venom and Carnage just all fit because there's a lot of like individuals trying to be like animals in Spider-Man, you know?
Yeah.
Trying to, like, that was the big shtick. Doc Ock, Scorpion, Rhino, Chameleon. Chameleon's
the
another
lizard.
villain that people forget about. The Lizard, yeah, like, that was all the Spider-Man villains mostly were.
And then
Kraven the Hunter was the one who was like...
The Electro or whatever his name is.
The Shocker. That's right.
No, it was Electro, and you know, because Electro is like that's one of my most feared animals of all time.
Electro
is a wild Electro.
Yes. And Mysterio.
Yeah.
Who I think was an interesting. Like, I'm glad that they chose him as a villain, because like if you really read the comics and stuff, Mysterio's pretty good villain.
Yeah.
Really, really good at what he does.
And to be honest, like one of the few villains that truly tests Spider-Man's like spider senses and truly like tries to mess with them, as opposed to the other ones that are just like, haha, I have a hovercraft, eat these pumpkin bombs.
Haha, and then the spider sense is like, yeah, there's pumpkin bombs.
Yeah, and he also sensed the
like,
hovercraft showing up, but like here it's like, no, he doesn't know which is which, and he's completely confused. And there's like a couple of issues where like I think he drugs Peter Parker or something. There's one where he's like poisoned and he has to get an antidote, but he drugs him so that he gets disoriented and he uses his illusions on him. Like, pretty mess.
He's pretty intense. Like,
so
plus he's got a decent design too.
Is like something that stands out that makes them unique. Whereas you've got like a bunch of copycat sort of things. And I mean, in early Spider-Man, there's one where he just like faces a robot, and it's like the Lost in Space robot, and it's like, you know, saying stuff like, you know, you're going to die, I'm going to eliminate you, like really lame, like 60s shit.
Really lame shit.
That's what they thought like robots were gonna be like.
And now they're just like, oh no, robots are actually having real conversations with us. No,
I
knew you were gone, Farmer. Welcome back.
Instead, just look up Mark Zuckerberg's like barbecue vlogs that he does, and you'll know 100% that he's a cyborg, and his fake like friends and family that are over for the barbecue are just the programmers that worked on him, and they have to be there. They're his handlers. Like they have to be there because he's a dangerous cyborg, right? So.
Oh, I can't wait till we get to that where we have the first cyborg uprising. I know what side I'm gonna be on. Cyborgs. Like cyborgs. Oh, not Sleep Flower. Come on.
Like,
Is
Data-
falling asleep? Is that like a 1 to 5 turns deal as well,
it's usually 1
or
to
is it a
5.
percentile?
It's usually 1 to 5. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if it was based on like a randomized like percentile, or if it was turn based.
Like based on a certain stat or something.
Yeah, cause like you could program it that way where you're just like you could go the whole battle without waking up, even if it is like 15 turns, cause you programmed it so it was on a percentile versus other stats, right? You could do stuff like that.
There are abilities that reduce that number that or probably make it. I think it turns it from like 1 to 2 turns. It brings it from 1 to 5 to 1 to 2. So it seems
like is it the flutes or whatever?
No, there's an ability that
like the
is
blue
like
flute, red flute.
It's I don't know whose ability it is, but it's one ability that specifically does that.
Oh, and then if you give them the one of the flutes, does that mean they're basically like?
No, so if you find the flute, you can't give it to a Pokemon. You have to play it, and you have to just like take a moment to play it. But it is cool because I think you can use them on the field. I'm pretty sure.
And they're infinite, right?
Like you use it and it cures, like wakes Pokemon up. Just like you can use the Poke Flute, it'll wake Pokemon up in your party. You can use another one to like snap it out of infatuation or whatever.
But they're like not one use only, right? Because they're a flute.
Nope. You can keep using them.
Okay, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Well, I played it once, so we gotta throw it in the trash.
Or, what would be kind of crazy? This is just like a wild concept. Imagine designing a flute out of a material that, when it resonates with a specific note, so you can play a melody, but you end it with this one specific note. Then
and it destroys itself?
Yeah, exactly. It disintegrates the material. Because that's not that implausible of an idea.
That's so weird.
A self-destructing music.
Like it just sonically at one point it just disintegrates.
Shatters. Yeah, but it'd be really crazy because I think the only way that humans would ever design something like that would be if they needed to, out of like the purpose of maybe like music was banned across the world for like 50 years, and then people had to develop an instrument, so at the end of the jam, all the instruments just disappear.
You have no proof that I owned an instrument.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, whatever you're hearing in your ears, you must be hallucinating, and you just.
Yeah, it's just clearly nothing's wrong's happening here. We're not playing music.
That would be the toughest.
Your ears aren't attuned to music, anyways. Nobody's played music in 200 years.
The toughest thing to like there'd be no need to develop it otherwise,
Oh yeah, exactly. It would be ridiculous. But Farmer, welcome back. We did know you were gone. You did mention it.
Like Data from Star Trek. Yeah, is Data a cyborg, or is he what's he called? It's not an android. Or is he an android?
I know Data from Mega Man Legends. The monkey, the diaper monkey robot.
Diaper monkey robots. That sounds like a 90s animated cartoon that had action figures
associated with it. Diaper monkey robot.
Yeah, like Samurai Pizza Cats. Diaper monkey robots.
Exactly.
They're monkeys and
they're monkeys with diapers.
Exactly.
And they're robots in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, suddenly it's a Transformers crossover. But diaper monkey robots, they're going to help us defeat the Decepticons. Roll out! And they're literally like, because they're like Data, they can roll out because they're it's Monkey Ball, it's Super Monkey Ball.
Yeah. Speaking of Super Monkey Ball, the remake is actually pretty cool.
Really? I don't imagine that it's a game that like you could remake poorly due to its concept, but like it's roll and collect stuff, right? Like.
Yeah. But also like the idea, I think you can play it on the Switch and you can use the motion control. I think that's pretty cool.
Nice.
It changes things up completely.
The Wii probably would have been in a good era for a Super Monkey Ball. I don't know if they made one during the Wii era, but
I think they did. Pretty positive they did.
Because that makes sense.
With the controller. Grandmaster Farmer saying, who's making these instruments, and are they easier to make than to hide away? That's true. Probably easier to make.
They gotta be cheap shit, right?
Yeah. Well, then that's the thing.
Why would
it would have to shatter only on a specific note.
You know what I bet? I bet it's in like one of those like keys that like has like fucking Like, not the one that has 7, you know, sharps, right? Or, you know, like the full range of sharps and stuff. Or is it 6? I can't remember. Is it 6 sharps? It'd have to be like the one that has like 5 of them, right? Where it's just like one note is normal in the middle of it, but the rest of them are sharp or flat.
So Data is
It'd have to be like a key that's really a pain in the ass.
Apparently Data is a cybernetic organism with living tissue over a metal endoskeleton. So like Terminator. So he ages.
Wait, Data the monkey?
No, Data in Data in Star Trek, not Data the monkey.
I was like,
excuse me.
Mega Man Legends? He's a Terminator?
The whole context of that game is completely changed for you. That's funny.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm super ready for this.
I'm super ready to get into this battle, but I don't think it's
Data the Monk. I didn't watch a lot of the old sci-fi stuff. I played Mega Man. I spent all of that time that I could be watching Star Trek or any of the Voyager, any of that nonsense. I spent playing Mega Man, so that's the Data I know.
Mega Man: The Next Generation.
Yes, exactly.
Star Trek Battle Network.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the ones that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, Tortwig is cute, Farmer. I think it's a great design. It's too bad we didn't run into this.
Instead of Flash Gordon, I watched Flash Legends.
And Licorita as well.
Licorita's great.
It's a cool design. I think anytime they like redesign any of the like traditional starters, they do a great job.
So
no.
Level 28. What happened?
We lost her because we were locked in with Donut Trap fighting that Tortwig. We lost our Gamirsa. He just double kicked us.
Okay. I was very worried for a second there. I know losing sucks, but like I was really worried it was the Flan Goose.
No.
All right, bye Lemdrop. I never even touched you to train you yet. I guess it's Cup V time.
Yep. Because Shirzo, it doesn't make sense.
Savior of the universe. Exactly. I never really watched Flash Gordon.
Okay, you got to bury. Was it 97 now?
What's that?
97 now. In terms of Pokegraves.
Oh yeah. I almost didn't put it in. Welcome to 97 Pokegraves. Can I take your order?
Welcome to 97 Pokegraves, home of the 97 Pokegraves. Can I take your order?
1 second, I gotta call everybody. I'll be right back.
Okay. Can I get 97 Pokegraves with extra cheese, please? Make sure that cheese is cold. Yes, Terry grew to level 19. He's becoming the chocolate orange that he's been destined to be ever since he was first baked. Terry's trying to learn Hunger Dust. Hunger Dust! Let's see. It's the exact same as Sleep Flower. I'm gonna say no. For now. Yes. Okay, we can one-shot these Tortwigs. That's awesome. Should be good here too to one-shot it. Oh, so close. Okay.
Well, I think I didn't even have my webcam on, but no, I got a call from my mom, and you know what? The crazy thing is she called me and she was like, "Hey, I got a call from you," and they were like, "It was not you. Like
Weird.
it was like a scammer from a different country." And apparently the number that came up was like, it was my contact that came up. Wow, scammers are getting really intense. Because I thought you couldn't, I don't know if you can double up on numbers, you know, like, or if you can mask. Isn't that, Farmer? Isn't that crazy? That's like next
wild.
level. That means that people can call.
Eventually,
under
they're
the-
going to just be able to
the-
deepfake
like-
your voice and fake the call.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun,
Damn.
dun.
That's just like, I'm kind of taken aback by that.
That is pretty weird.
Because
Like, I've heard of people doing that on Amazon.
I don't really, like,
like ordering things,
yeah.
like using your name to your address, but
Yeah.
just because they're the person who's selling the product. It's to boost their Amazon. Like, they're paying for it, but it's just to boost their Amazon rating, but like not to that.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're using somebody's.
Like literal number,
Yeah.
and then they call and it's actually your,
Like phone identity, basically.
yeah.
It's pretty weird.
That's it. I mean, I personally, like, a lot of stuff that has to do with privacy I don't worry about, because like in the social sense, but when it comes to like other people's potential financial like security involved, like with me, like that's where I get worried, because it's one thing if they're going after me, right? But it's another if like people around you are you know, your identity or whatever is being stolen for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's a little bit intense. That's probably a good thing, Farmer.
Here, I'm gonna go bury this. Toss the gummy ears into the compost, unfortunately.
Yeah, I buried the Rathe Morrill, and I got out Cupfy because I figured that's where we would go next.
Yeah,
right?
that's our best bet at the moment of the two.
It is sad though. I mean, I didn't have as much of attachment because I hadn't been training my lem drop yet, but
Yeah. Let's see. Cuffy, Gumpelstiltskin. You're joining us.
Gumpelstiltskin. Also at level 28, Land Goose, PJ Gaming with the raid. Thank you so much.
Ooh,
Hopefully you're
welcome,
doing
Raiders.
well. Welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome.
We're doing a little co-op with 3 Up Moon here.
Hello.
What were you doing, Peachy? Let me shout you out here. Let's figure out. Animal Crossing. I love Animal Crossing.
Nice. The New Horizons on the Switch.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Nice.
Hopefully it had to have been a chill stream, right? Like, you can't, could you imagine having like a rambunctious Animal Crossing stream? Like, you're not getting like the fish or whatever, and it's like really intense, and you only have so much time to get the one fish because of the rain and everything. Actually, I think it rains all day if it rains, right? Hello! Hopefully you're doing well. Because I don't remember. I don't know if like the weather is that dynamic, or if it was just like, if it rains that day, it rains that day. Yeah, but at level 28, you get Orange Punch.
Ooh.
Oh, welcome in, Sonic. Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice and powerful.
In, Sonic. Thanks for the chili
Welcome
dogs.
in. Hopefully you're doing well. I gotta give a shout out to Sonic as well.
That's no good.
We're just doing our Soul Link with Moon, as we normally do on Wednesdays.
Hello.
Sometimes Sundays. Not as often, but sometimes. Corky 10.
We're playing Pokemon Sweet as well, which is like a really interesting redesign of Pokemon Fire Red. Tons of Pokemon from different generations are in this, and they're all redesigned as cute little edible treats, basically. Cupcakes.
Thank you for the bits.
Flans, cakes, brownies,
Yes.
candy apples. you want to show off the
awesome
team,
sweets.
feel free to.
Yeah, check this out. Thank you for the bits, Sonic.
We've got brand new
Much
typing
appreciated.
as well, so I highly encourage people to pull up the Pokemon Suite type chart, and you can see there's completely different and unique, not one-for-one flavors instead of types, and there's completely different like resistances and weaknesses and stuff. But we've got like banana, chocolate, orange, lemon, lime, that kind of thing. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, it's a good time. Just wanted to show all of that off.
You know, some
So right
designs
now
are
we're
better than
grinding.
others.
Oh yeah.
There's a few that feel
cream
rushed.
puff
Yeah, cream puff. The Jigglypuff looks like super rushed.
with the
Doesn't even look like
with a plastic bag on its head.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like something you'd want to eat.
Oh,
But yeah, we're training to
Wonderfuck.
at least level 30, if we
Yes.
can, so that we can take on one final level of the SS Banana, which is the SS Sand. We've got as many encounters as we can possibly find at the moment, and then we can go to the gym after SS Sand. We also already have Fly and Cut, like the equivalent in this. I think.
oh
Fly
yeah,
is
we already have
Raspberry
fly.
type, and then Cut is Lime.
weird.
Oh no! Phew! I accidentally walked into the gym, but thank God I had a save state. If you walk in the gym in this, you will be locked in.
Oh my god.
I had a save state. It's all good.
Okay. Jeez.
But yeah, basically, gyms are a lot tougher in this. They lock you in, so you kind of have to like fight everyone. You don't have an opportunity to go out and heal. And battles in this are
Yeah.
all double battles, so it makes it for a really tough challenge. Plus, we're doing the Soul
Oh,
Link,
yeah.
so there's all sorts of things that are just like adding to the challenge.
A lot of actually the hardest part of all of this is us doing things like what Moon just did.
Yeah,
Oops, I ran into a trainer.
ridiculous stuff. Yeah.
Oops, I went into the door. Oops, did you know there's a rival fight here? I didn't.
Oops, all berries.
Oops, all berries. I'm doing wonderfully, Sonic. Hopefully you're doing great. Wonderful. It's not. I need to do other things in his voice other than wonderful and wonderfuck.
Wanderlust.
Bulbasaur, execute Vine Whip.
Wonderland. Just like all things.
Wonderland. Wonderpan. I can't even.
Wonder Boy.
Wonder Sand. It's one of those products like Moon Sand or whatever from back in the day.
Wonder Achiever. Wonderwear.
Thunderbar. This is German.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
German Professor Oak. What is oak in German? Does anybody know?
yeah. Does anybody know? Toya's not here. Neither is Elizabeth or Lee
Michelle,
or any of the other
or my
awesome
partner.
German people I know.
Normally should be right here.
Let me look. Let me look up. It's not 3 letters. It's a massive word. Let's see. Oak in German. Oh, I don't know if that's a back CH or a front CH.
I don't know what that means, but I'll go with it.
Dische or Deche? Das Eichenholz? Das Eichenholz? Diesche? I mean, Die Eichenholz sounds pretty German. But Dr. Eichenholz. Let me see if I could find what
Professor.
doctor is.
Or professor.
It's probably doctor. Professor. It's probably professor, isn't it?
Profenstein.
Oh, it is professor. Professor Eichenholz says
That's
Wunderbar. But
and then you have to translate like some of the other things he says in Pokemon Snap. Because I don't think does he speak in anything else besides the anime?
no, other than that and Snap, I think is the
Maybe
only ones that I
Pokemon
remember
Puzzle
him.
on the N64 perhaps.
Oh, yeah. I got all of these paralysis heals, and this is the first time I needed to use them. And I was like, oh, we got this orange gym coming up. We're gonna be paralyzed like constantly. Never happened.
Yeah.
We just steamrolled the gym.
Yeah, the previous gym. I wonder what
yeah, the
type
previous,
is gonna
not
be.
this.
If this is Meringue City, I wonder if it's gonna be vanilla and something else. Vanilla and lemon.
It's vanilla, banana, and lemon. It's
yeah,
like
because,
all of them.
because of all the different types of meringue pies you can have. I mean, you could have a peach meringue pie if you really wanted to.
Oh, that's true. And once again, thank you for the raid, Peachy. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you had a good stream.
That's why I suggested peach.
Oh yeah, Peach as well, yes. If I'm not following you, I'm gonna have to go follow you and check that out, because I enjoy Animal Crossing. I enjoy chill stuff like Stardew Valley. I need to play some of that.
I'm trying to do a test stream, actually. Tonight I'm going to do a test stream where I set up my Switch setup, because I got a monitor set up, I got a Switch capture card.
And a capture card and all that.
And I want to start a farm on Stardew Valley on Sundays. It's going to be a regular thing. Just like a de-stress with me on the channel for the week with a farm. And I don't have the Animal Crossing New Horizons, but I loved playing the 3DS game. It was a lot of fun.
Is that like New Leaf? I can't remember
New
the
Leaf.
famous one. Was it like New Leaf?
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. But Stardew Valley is great. I'm really excited for the creator of Stardew Valley, Concerned Ape, is making a brand new game, and they just released the trailer, Haunted Chocolatier.
I'm so psyched for that, because
sounds great.
Concerned Ape had mentioned that they had restrictions, like the Harvest Moon style put some restrictions on the creative content of what they wanted to go for in not Stardew Valley itself, but as for a game. And there was discussions about how if Stardew Valley was their sun, then this one will be their moon. In terms of like their creative endeavors, which seems very obscure, but I get what they mean by that.
So there'll be like certain Pokemon you can catch in each version in Stardew Valley that you have to trade over to
over to the Chocolatier, because they were very consistent with naming the games. Like, this is Stardew Valley and the Haunted Chocolatier. They're actually versions of what. It's so out of like.
It's like what?
This is a rat poison version, and this is strawberry version. Technically, two things you can eat, but you shouldn't eat one of them.
I won't tell you which, though.
I won't tell you which. I'd probably get strawberry version, to be honest.
Yeah, personally, I think
be
I would
pretty horrified.
I would take the safe route and
take the safe route.
I mean the strawberry one. I mean this. Wait, what?
It's actually the sticker peels off its blood version.
The strawberry poison. Whoops.
It's actually, they're both rat poison version. This one was just hiding. No, not Sleep Flower. Don't do that. Yeah. Yep, now I'm getting paralyzed constantly. But we have to go out because I ran out of Orange Punch, which sounds like I literally ran out of a drink.
Just gotta head to the store, pick up some Orange Punch.
Yeah, just get some Orange Punch.
Okay.
I can't believe that's the strawberry move. Dig? Come on. See, this paralysis is just bad. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use the remaining PP ups I have on Orange Punch.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna do.
I think I actually have one right now, but it's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna try not to change the strategy here because I don't think the switch is working at the moment. To be perfectly honest.
Well, is Flangoose not just destroying the bananas? I mean, if you're focusing on Flame Goose at all. Because that's all I've done almost this entire stream. I've like kind of touched a few of the other ones, but it's been Flan Goose all the time.
Yeah. I think it makes more sense to just focus right here, especially in these areas, because like you had said that there's a few wild ones that get like 150,
yes,
250.
And then there's also like some like in the chocolate cave where you're just like, are you serious? You're level 31? The gap between the Pokemon here is like actually 14 levels in certain cases. Oh, I've got 3 PP ups. That's a lot of PP up.
Nice. It's a 3 PP up moon.
Yeah, 3 PP up moon. Cause we're children here. 3 PP up moon. I wonder how far I can, how much PP up I can use on this move. Okay, what are we at? What are we at? Doesn't it increase it by 3? Is that what it does?
By 1.
Oh, just by 1?
Yeah, PP max will bring it to the full amount that it's possible, because every single attack has like a maximum that it can reach.
It's actually more than 1. Because I had 15 Orange Punch. I used 3 PP ups. I have 24 now.
Oh, interesting.
It might be random, like between a number,
Or maybe it's
between like
based.
1 and.
It's based on what your level is.
Oh, that could be it too. But wouldn't that make it increase by 9 with 3? So wouldn't it be 3 like per? Weird. I don't know. That's math. Let's not do any more of that.
No,
Let's get out of that.
That means it increased by 9, so that means you got 3 each. Yeah.
So it might just be the level, like you say, or it might just be.
Maybe it's different.
Even might still be random.
It could be just different in this raw pack too, because they've made enough like minor like changes.
Changes, yeah.
Or subtle changes.
I love how the Sweet Ball just turns into the Great Ball, but they did change the actual like sprite regardless. They didn't change the name, but they just. All right, we're almost good with this Flan Goose.
Heal. Big time.
Like, cause I swear, if you go to the Banana Road and you can just like, orange shock.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
And then eventually you'll get to like level 24, and then it won't give you much experience, and then I move to the cave.
Yeah. I still have a few other ones to train up. We've got level 18. A couple still skipping. EV.
Oh, yep. Oh yeah, I forgot. Cup V is gonna be hard because it has a terrible moveset.
It's been kind of destroying even with tackle though, because it's still a stab move.
It's still stab, that's true.
So let's heal up. Heal up before we keel up.
Ugh. This sleep flower nonsense needs to stop.
I don't know if you have do you have a time limit for how long you're able to go? Or like a cutoff for the stream?
I don't know. What's yours looking like?
I am open. Got nothing going on.
You're open? I'll know pretty soon if I have a cutoff.
Okay, cool. Mother Asperberry, damn it. Damn you.
I know that I need to, like, as much as I want to take the day off, I know I do need to get back into the album eventually here, but... man. I'm still reeling from the fact that, that song has been so hard to mix, and I have not had these problems.
Unfortunately, sometimes it's all based on the source ingredients, right? It's like cooking. However good your ingredients are, that's like you can only make so much out of what the good ingredients are. And if you got like some rough audio, it's gonna be tough to make that. You know.
Well, and it sucks because like the stuff that does have the raw audio, like literally, if I take away the vocals and the acoustic guitar, the bass the electric and like the whole like rhythm section all come together, and I don't have issues.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I've managed to make like three of the singles. The singles are out, right? And 2 other of the 10 songs on the album are like pretty much mixed at this point, and I haven't had issues. And I wonder if it's just that specifically these recordings just were of a different quality, you know, like they weren't the same consistency. Because also he was coming down from being sick, and I don't know if like that affected performance.
Probably.
Because it doesn't sound like he's like raspy or anything, but oh god, when you said it's interesting, you sounded like Oak without meaning to. Maybe I just have his voice. Has anybody noticed that? It's interesting.
That's funny.
I am Oak.
Oh, wow.
But yeah,
Great photo.
Great photo. Better luck next time. I can't remember all the things he says other than wonderful. I know that he complains about it, Rathe Oak. Again, I think that my branding should be like we were all talking about like episodes ago. I should be like False Oak or something.
Yeah, oh yeah, Imposter
Like
Professor Oak.
Yeah, Imposter Oak. Yeah, Imposter
It would
Professor
be so
Oak.
cool, just take the trading card art, the original trading card art for Imposter Professor Oak card, and then just use that. Because he does appear as a character in Pokemon Trading Card Game 2 on the Game Boy Color. And there's an original era card that was a trainer card that had really cool artwork. So you could just use that as your like VTuber persona. And just do the voice.
Oh no. I have a stream brand now.
Rathe
I don't know if
VTuber
everybody would be
Mario.
able to get behind that. You know, like all the people who follow me like
You
call
just
me
do it once a
Rathe and then
week.
just out of nowhere.
You just do it once a week. That's it.
Imposter Oak.
Pew pew.
I'll happily call you Professor from now on. Well, I have a master's degree. I have the credentials to be a professor, at least at the community college level.
It'd be funny if you said I have the credential, and then all of a sudden your credentials just went down the tube.
Don't. Okay, never mind. I don't have a
credential.
degree anymore. Because of fate. Because we've been blaming fate a lot today. I've been blaming fate. Moon has not said anything about fate.
I didn't invite Fate. I never asked Fate to come.
I never asked you. Fate? Book Lyran. That just sounds
my
like
good friend, Fate Hill.
fucking... Yes, Fate Hill. Doesn't Book Lyran just sound like a, like I don't know if it's like a football announcer or something would say that, like an American football announcer? Book Lyran's taking the field.
Yeah. Passes it to Book Lyran and he touchdown!
Touchdown! Number 87, Book Lyran. Graduated out of Minnesota University. In the Twin City, like, you know, and he goes on the whole thing.
And then
He's got a
he joins like
degree.
a children's education reading campaign that's Give a Hut, Read a Book.
Give a hut, read a book.
Instead of give a
I
hoot,
love
read
it.
a book. Classic.
Hoot book. Book.
Hey, you're on
that's
Hoot Book? I'll add you.
Have you ever used Hootbook? It's like a book site for owls.
It's Hootsuite.
The Hoot
and
Book.
Facebook, they've become one company.
Oh shit. It's a good time. Book. No, it's now it's stuck in my head. Book Lyran.
The Give a Hoot Owl, exactly.
I can't give a
Was
hoot.
his name Owie? Because that's a great name.
Howie Mandel? Howie's an interesting name. I don't know why. Oh, my brother knew somebody whose name was Hobart.
My uncle's name is Norbert.
Like Robert, but like
Norbert.
Norbert?
Yeah.
Norbert like seems more common than Hobart. I've never heard of anybody named Hobart before. Which is, I mean, it's a cool name. It's unique, right? But
I think
like,
it'd be funny if someone was named Connie, but it was short for concussion.
Oh shit! Actually, my full name's Concussion.
Yeah.
I mean, just yeah, but like you call like Robert, like you know Rob, and you call like, would you call Hobart like Hob?
Or Eddie.
Is
What's Eddie short for? Oh, Armageddon.
Yeah, Armageddon. Eddie
You just call me
Armageddon.
Ed. It's all good.
It's one of those nicknames that comes from more of the middle of the word.
Or Don. Don. Oh, Donald. No. Armageddon.
Armageddon. You know. My name's Don for Armageddon.
Armageddon without you.
My name's Cal, but it's for Calamity.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly. Exactly. Just like my parents, like, were really into weird words. But at least there was a short form name in there.
That's funny. Headbutt. I didn't mean to focus energy, but the easiest to train is gonna be the Q pop. I mean, I swear, just headbutt to win. Like, I just see a Pokesweet and then
The team's
Glyron just smashes his head into it.
my team's like more well balanced level wise nowadays.
Oh god, it's Farmer, of course. Your team's more balanced.
Yeah, it feels like they're closer in like just like level number, which is nice.
See, and that's the thing. I feel like when you like balance it and you lose somebody, it's like, okay, my party's pretty good, but like when we lose one and like it's a heavy hitter for me that I've been training for a while and then everybody else is lower, it's just funny because it's like all that work, like a focus training. The styles, my style sets me up for failure, but I get more levels. Like,
And quicker.
I get levels quicker, but it sets me up for if something does die, I might lose something that like I spent all this time on. But Farmer used the classic Mo Lester as a good name. That one's a one of those like old school
Low Mester.
Mo Bester. You can see me, I'm like moving my lips trying to think of other names. I don't want to say them unless they're... I'm just like, that doesn't work.
What about Brandana? Like Brandon and Bandana.
Brandana. I'm Brandana. My name's my name's Cole. It's actually short for Klonopin.
Colonoscopy. It's Colin. You can just call me Colin.
Colonoscopy, Cole. You can call me Colin. My full name's Colonoscopy. Like, I like it. I dig it.
Just don't tell anyone your full name at that point. Just say Colin.
Yeah, just don't ever tell. And some of them are like are stretches, but like it could just but like
My name's
Alan.
Cindy. Okay, go.
My name is Cindy.
Go for it.
I was gonna say like alienate, like there's stretches,
Oh yeah, like Al.
but I can see people doing them.
Or even like, my name's Alien Nathan.
My alien Nathan.
Or Cindy, short for incendiary.
My name's Sean for annihilation. Like,
Yes.
I can see it. I'm stretching. I'm stretching at this point.
That's amazing. That's amazing. It's actually Sean, but it's spelled T-I-O-N. It's like, what?
Miss Foster means freak in Swedish. Miss Foster. Really? It's just the common. Is it spelled that way, or is that just the combination of sounds, Miss Foster? I'm clearly not putting a Swedish spin on it either. I'm just like straight up American. Miss Foster. Oh, it's spelled that. It's clearly different. Level. Oh, yeah. Once you can get to the cave, things go by a lot faster. Ah. So, Miss Fooster. I see. Or is it like, you mean like foot? Like Miss Foot? You mean like foot? Like the foot? The Miss Foster? Miss Foster? Or do you mean like the ooh? As in foot? Oh, jeez.
Is it the
foot?
or the
Well, yeah, but
What,
the
foot?
like foot, like in the way I say it, like foot. The like Miss Foster?
Like a book. Book.
Book? Foot? Foot? Like I say foot, but I know foot. Oh, awesome. Okay, Miss Foster. Okay, it's like a vowel sound.
Or a vool.
That
sound.
we have a lot. A vool sound. Wow, suddenly I start slipping into like that stereotypical German. No, because we have like these sort of like short stop, interesting, yeah, useful Swedish word. I could say freaking out. I could yell into in the streets. I could yell in the Stockholm streets. Freak. But
Isn't
no,
it
we
what
have
they
like
call
certain vowel sounds that are
Stockholm
like
syndrome?
shortened.
This is when you
Stockholm
just start yelling in
syndrome.
the streets of Stockholm.
Stockholm has taken hold of me. I love it so much I can't leave. It's taken hold of me. No, like I was gonna say there are vowel sounds like that we like purposely shorten, and it's called like a schwa, and it's kind of like the sound in certain words where like you would think that there'd be a stronger vowel, and it kind of sounds like that to me.
Schwa.
Like you don't say, like yeah, they call it a schwa, but it's not pronounced like schwa. It's weird.
There's a lot of weird like linguistic things like that, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, we call when two letters, like two consonants flip over time. We call that metathesis. Like, okay,
Like
metathesis.
metathesis.
Yeah, in a weird way. A good example of like I've used before. It's like the most common one is like how ask used to be the word axion, so like ax came before ask, and it transferred and changed in like middle modern to early modern.
Oh, so saying
Not middle modern, like middle,
saying I want to
late
ask you a
middle
question
to early modern.
is actually proper.
It's closer to the original usage of the word, and again that's because in late Middle English it switched in that like sort of late middle to early modern. So Chaucer, if everybody knows Chaucer, the Canterbury Tales, Chaucer wrote using both ask and axe because it was a period where both were still used. But you'll notice that like Shakespeare era, it already had switched to ask. Metathesis.
Well,
I don't make the rules. It's funny that you'd ask that. But yeah, it's just one of those interesting things.
Let me just look that up, make sure that that's true on axjeeves.com.
Not axe Jeeves. I'm gonna Bing. I've never used Bing. I've never been a Bing person. No ice cream? What's the point of life? Wow, this gummy Ursa really wants to use supersonic on me. Oh, was not ready for the, didn't have the ice cream ready yet. I see. How is training going on your end?
It is going good. A lot quicker.
Are you focus training one of them, or?
Focus training, yeah. Gumblestellskin's level 19. Terry is level 20.
Nice.
So I have 19,
Ooh,
19,
Terry.
20, 21, 22, 24. So much better than before.
That is true. Bendover and Heath Cockburn are real people. I don't know if, sometimes I don't know if parents think about naming conventions. Is your name based on Matthew or Matthias?
My actual full name is Tiamat, named after that missing planet that is still in our universe.
Oh,
What? No.
Tiamat?
No, it's just Matthew.
Oh, no,
gonna be named,
it's just Matthew.
I was going to be named Elvis
Oh, really?
and Bartholomew. Those are the two. But I was born in...
Bartholomew
I was
would have
born
been a
in
cool one,
89,
too.
and it was too close to... Like, The Simpsons started airing in 89, and my dad saw a few of the shorts and was like, nah, I don't know.
Nah, I don't know.
Well, yeah, that was the proposed name. Bartholomew and Elvis. What they
I
thought
mean,
about it.
Bartholomew's cool.
But growing up
That's
in the
alright.
90s, as a Bart would have been
Yes.
interesting.
Well, I have a friend who's a Bart, but his is named after Barton, not Bartholomew.
I like Bart and Fink.
Yeah, like Barton.
Bartone.
My name is Jonas, after John, poor unintelligent person, and as an ass. So Jonas reads John Ass. John Ass, which means a real bad thing. A John Ass.
Oh no, we're in a real John ass.
I thought Jonas was just a biblical name. or am I thinking Jonah? Thanks, Dad.
No, they're both. They're both.
They're both okay. I don't know. I know names like Cullen and stuff. I know Irish names.
You only
Moriarty.
know Cullen from Twilight. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Edward Cullen. That's where I got it from. Not Cullen. Spelled entirely different, but pronounced similar.
Ma Nana gives us how much?
That's all right. I was named after an Australian soap opera actor.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna say Australian soap. I was like, yes.
Yeah, I was named after Australian soap.
There's just one specific soap that they make there that's just so good.
So good that it was worthy of naming me. Ah, this lem drop keeps using substitute. All it does is delay the inevitable.
What levels are they that you're fighting?
The like level 13. I'd like to go back into the tunnel, but like, it can be kind of sketchy. There we go, level 22. Maybe I can go back in the tunnel and just be kind of careful, because they're not giving me a lot here. In Thailand, the names mean all sorts. Really? Well, that makes sense. Yeah, because they're not. They wouldn't be spelled that way. Interesting. That does tend to happen with crossover from languages, though, where like certain sounds from like a word sounds like something totally awful in another language.
Yeah.
I do like how like a vowel change can really change like meaning to the extent that it can be detrimental if you mess up.
Yeah.
Like the difference between like le connard and le canard, like the difference between asshole and duck in French.
Yeah. They're not that far apart.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that your duck is not that far from your ass.
Exactly. that's what.
We gotta heal.
Mon canard est près de ma canard. No, canard. Mon canard. Actually, it'd probably be like le, because when you're talking about body parts and stuff in French, generally there's a tendency to use what is it, to use actual like definite articles and not use like possessives. Like when if you break your arm or something in French, you say like you broke like the arm, not like your arm.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you brush your teeth, you say like you brush the teeth, not your teeth.
Yeah, you know.
Because like the your part is a part of like the verb to brush. Like you yourself brush teeth, meaning you brushed your teeth. Reflexives are fun. Muddy Buddy, welcome in. TM10 cannot learn TM10. It's funny. It's the only one in my party that can't learn pound.
That's so funny.
Hopefully you're doing well. Like Voktaklik. Yeah, the names like it's always sounds interesting outside like of the language, like the context that it comes from, but I don't know, a lot of times names sound like way cooler than like what we have. Like I got blessed with a name that like comes from like Arthurian legend and whatnot, and like Ireland and stuff. So I got lucky in that sense, but it is funny that like my name is like threefold derived from like three places, and then the original is like King Arthur had a knight called Sir Tristram, right?
Yeah.
And that trist part comes from triste, which is like the French word for sadness, right?
Okay.
So like la tristesse.
Welcome, Henny Blank.
He was the sad knight.
To the stream. Oh, thank you for the raid.
Welcome in, Henny.
Appreciate that.
Hopefully you're doing well. Antidote? Use the antidote so they'll stop eating them.
What were you streaming today? How's your stream going? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate that. We're just still doing some grinding. I'm here streaming with Rathe V. Marie, and we're playing another episode. This is episode 8, I think. Or 7.
It's 7. We're on 7.
Episode 7 of our Pokemon Sweet stream. What up, nerds? Lost a couple Pokemon.
What up, nerds? Is that Muddy?
No, that's Henny. You drew a skull on stream, and then you played Mortal Kart. Nice.
Nice.
Mortal Kart Bat.
Mortal Kart Bat. Dun, dun.
Well, thanks for popping
It's going well, Bribey.
Oh, and welcome Muddy Buddy, and welcome Bribey.
Yes, welcome in, everybody. I mean, I think it's going well. I mean, we've had some losses today, but we're definitely buckling down and getting some good training in. The goal is to get everything to, or at least a good chunk of the team to 30.
Yeah, and we're not far. Considering from when we started the stream to now, we've actually got a lot of progress. You know, not progress in catching new Pokemon or anything, but in terms of training. Who did we lose?
Yeah, then we can do the other half of Banana, SS Banana.
We unfortunately lost one of the Banvies, the Banana Snivies, used double kick, and it was a crit. It was a double crit, and it destroyed Popsichu. So there's no Wes Welker on the team, and we lost
Will Brimley.
And then Gummy Ursa was the next one we were training with Lemdrop. Lemdrop being cast form, lemon type, and then Gummy Ursa was our lemon type Gummy Bear, basically. We lost those as well. So right now we're training our Cupfies and our Flying Gooses.
Our Cupcats.
I saw the mushrooms in the hand from under the blanket, and he saw you being mediocre in Mario Kart. That's Grandmaster Farmer's review of Henny Blankster. I know, Henny, you were saying you wanted to do a trailer or something upcoming. You gotta throw that in as a quote. That's an official quote.
Where you only pick the reviews that are like bad, and like that's what you put on the trailer. It's like watching somebody be mediocre at something. Like, I like that idea.
Thanks for sharing your community over here, as always. We had some T-diffs in the beginning, but we settled our differences.
We settled our differences. An Asper Berry.
What character were you using in Mario Kart, Henny? And what's your favorite character to use? For me, it's always Dry Bones, or I'm a big fan of using Koopa. I play a lot of like Super Circuit and stuff, so Yoshi's up there as well, because there's a bunch of games where you can't play as Dry Bones or Koopa.
Gotta have a backup. You gotta have like a backup that's like consistent, right?
Yeah, Yoshi and Toad.
Yoshi.
I tend to go. What about you? For if you had to pick?
I'm a Dry Bones or a Boo player.
Ooh,
yeah. But if not, I also gravitate towards like Yoshi and Toad. But my favorite of all time, especially like in all games, is Shy Guy.
Nice.
I like Shy Guy.
I think you can
and
play
the
as him
stupid
in
noise that
Mario
Shy Guy
Tennis.
makes. I don't even know how to explain the noises that Shy Guy makes.
I have a Shy Guy sound, Command S Shy Guy. I just dropped it in the chat. It's from
Yeah, just
Yoshi's
drop
Story,
it.
but it's very weird.
I always play King Boo in a shoe, and it never fails. I love that. King Boo in a shoe.
Grandmaster Farmer says Koopa or Luigi for me. Nice. Luigi time.
Nice. Literally, the only person you can't play as is Mario. That's like the only rule. No, like, anything but Mario.
Henny is saying Metal Mario in the Silver Coupe and the Monster Wheels. Yes.
Okay, Metal Mario doesn't count. Metal Mario is awesome.
No, Metal Mario is a cybernetic organism, right?
Yeah, it's
with living
Metal
tissue, just like
Mario's
Terminator.
Yeah. Although I think wasn't like Super Mario Sunshine had some weird like
Shadow Mario.
Metal, but not. Yeah, Shadow Mario, which was not. Yeah,
that was a suit apparently, and I won't give away a spoiler, but it was a suit. As opposed to, I think Metal Mario is like he puts on a hat and then it, I guess, extends to be a suit.
Yeah,
I kind of think it would be cool.
I guess it makes sense, but
it would be cool to bring that back into a Mario game, like at least those 3 hats. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of the wing cap because it's really, really difficult to control in Mario 64.
Wing cap.
But I do think that it would be cool to kind of introduce that, or maybe even just one of them, just bring back Metal Mario as like a power up in the next, whatever the sequel is to Odyssey that they make.
I have yet to even play Odyssey.
I haven't either. I want to. But, you know, I can only get so many Switch games, being a person without an income at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense.
I've been job hunting like crazy, so I've actually been starting a lot of streams later, around 4.
Yeah, that's
morning,
fair. I've been doing the same thing.
Just job hunting, hitting the pavement.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like, I've been, doing the same thing. I've been pushing really hard with this album, so, like, haven't been streaming as much. Although I'm glad to hear that like in my absence that people are wondering what's going on, because that means a lot to me. I'm gonna be streaming more. Don't worry, I will be back. Especially after the next 2 weeks, I'm gonna slip in some more streams, because I usually only stream, at least the last few weeks has just been this Wednesday with the co-op stream. But
Brybe's saying they just went back to do Mario Galaxy. I just beat it as well off stream, but I have the Super Mario 3D All-Stars back, and I haven't played it since I got it on the Wii. And to be honest, it was so much better to play on the Switch. I had such a great time with it.
I hear it's really good too.
When I get this Switch set up going as well, I hope to do some Super Mario Sunshine in the future as well. We'll revisit it, because I haven't revisited that also since probably like 2 or 3 years after it came out. It was the last time I revisited it. I have it on the GameCube, but I want to see what it's like and see if it compares. Like, because Galaxy almost feels like it should have been made for the Switch. Like it just feels like it's a more ideal system to play it on, in my opinion.
I mean, I feel like the Switch is this maybe, I don't know if this is controversial or not. Probably not. When you say it, it usually isn't. But I think that all of those games the Switch are better for the Switch. I mean, we haven't had a comfortable system since the GameCube, I feel. And I'm a big fan of the handhelds, but still, great, I don't think we've had a comfortable system since the GameCube.
The GameCube was great. They did a good job with it.
Until the Switch. The Switch is the one that changed it. I'm not saying that, because it would be really weird if I was like, yeah, Nintendo hasn't been good since the GameCube. That would be very controversial, I feel like. That would be really weird.
And if anybody says anything to you, then you can just respond by going... There's this great YouTube channel, actually, where it's a bunch of people. It's like a professional a cappella group, and all they do is jingles from, like, software. Like, loading up an app, or they'll do jingles from, like, the opening intro to, like, PlayStation. But they're, like, really good, and, of course, they're putting effects on their voice and stuff. But in terms of harmonies, it's really interesting to see people create technological sounds as opposed to, like, little jingles from companies.
Like, you mean, like, did they ever do the AOL dial-up tone?
Yeah, they did that. They do everything Windows, and Microsoft, like, retweeted it, and they were like, everyone was like, this is obviously some joke account, but it was actually Microsoft.
Like, it was cool. Legit Microsoft. They're like, yeah.
They're just into it now.
How could you say... Oh God, how could you say something so controversial yet brave?
Oh, you can't find
I can't find my GameCube memory cards.
Yeah, that sucks. I had an incident when I was a kid where I left my GameCube memory card in, like, its little case and then in my pocket, and it got washed in the laundry.
Oh, yeah, I knew that was coming. Like, I knew that's what it would be.
Yep. Lost a whole bunch of Super Smash Bros. Melee trophies, all my Luigi's Mansion and Super Mario Sunshine and Mario Kart Double Dash content.
All of it. You had to start it all over.
Skies of Arcadia. A lot of RPGs as well. It's a shame.
They also do, like, Windows notification sound stuff nice. I do know that, like, that weird, what's that sound that they kept using for, like, vines and, like, other things like that and other trash? Like, that was that weird, like, the loading thing for Windows. Just that sound of, like, Windows shutting down and Windows loading up. It's 28 seconds. Here, give me a second.
For those that aren't following the channel, we are 4 followers away from hitting 600, and once we do, I'm going to be playing Minish Cap Randomizer for the first time. Also, on Halloween, just because we've got new raiders and stuff that joined, on Halloween I'm going to be doing a co-op with my partner Michelle. We're going to be playing Zombies Ate My Neighbors and a fan-made ROM hack called The Sequel to Zombies Ate My Neighbors, which is just a bunch of custom levels, but I'm going to try it co-op with my partner. I've never tried it co-op before. We'll also play some Tetris, and then on November 3rd, we're doing a birthday stream. It's my first subathon, and I'm going to be doing Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask for the first time. It's going to be like a blind first playthrough. I've only ever dabbled in like the intro for like a few seconds as a kid at a friend's house, so it'll be interesting to just play it from scratch. And there'll be all sorts of cool stuff whenever we get subs or gift subs. There'll be all sorts of cool stuff on a birthday wheel that can happen, like upside down controller for 5 minutes, which is going to be pretty ridiculous to take on a boss fight or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I've tried it a couple times with NES games, but with an N64 game, it's going to be a little more of a challenge. Have you ever seen somebody beat a game with the upside down controller like the entire time?
I have seen some streamers who do entire like Dark Souls runs and shit with steering wheel controllers.
Oh my god, no way.
I've seen people do stuff like that with Wii, like
Well,
Fit.
what are you
like the-
doing if you
like the
turn
ring?
it left or right? Is that controlling your character?
I
does your
guess
character
so.
move left or right?
You could
Like, how would you
technically
map
like,
that?
yeah, I've seen people do shit with the controllers, the steering wheel controllers. I'm trying to remember his name. If it's like, what's the guy's name? It's something like Thormangunder. He's a streamer. Doing all, and like, it'll be not just that, but there's like a redeem where he'll put socks on his hands too.
Oh, interesting.
It's very weird. I like it though.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of. I'm open to suggestions for what people would want to see on a birthday wheel. So if we got a sub or a gift sub, I've got a bunch on the wheel right now. I've got birthday cupcakes, so I'll be taking a bite of a cupcake. Or you can also join in and like get treats or something if you want to prepare for it. Get something to eat. And whenever we get it, everyone can take a bite of a treat or something. I'm sure everyone will have Halloween candy.
Oh, of course.
But also, another one will
Candy
be,
corn
I'll
touch
share
everybody.
some music with people that I've made. I'll share a song, or you can send a link in, a YouTube link, and we'll watch a clip together. Or I have to play upside down. But if anyone has any suggestions for what would be a good
Yes,
good
suggest
addition to the
them
wheel,
up.
feel free to do that.
Let Moon know.
The sock thing seems a little funny.
It is.
Would it really stop you from? I don't think it would like hinder you.
I don't know, because like you have no grip on the wheel, right? Like depending on the sock,
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
and like also your ability to articulate your fingers to actually press individual buttons is a little bit, and then also you might end up pressing more buttons. Like if you didn't have the wheel, like you were using a regular controller, it would probably be more of a pain than the wheel itself.
Yeah, totally.
I could see you like thumbing multiple buttons at the same time.
It would be cool if all of a sudden, if I just had a steering wheel that I could just like hook up to Majora's Mask.
A Mad Catz like
Oh, that's interesting.
90s,
That's interesting.
and it has the acceleration pedal and the brake pedal too. I used to have one of those.
I wonder. I'm actually just gonna do a quick check here and see if you can.
Witcher 3 hardcore difficulty with wheel only. Jeez, that's just an uphill battle.
That would be really, really interesting.
And someone, yeah, there's always people who do the no-hit runs, right? Isn't that wild?
Bribey, that's a great idea. Turning the gameplay
What?
upside down, if I was able to do that. So one could be the controller upside down, and one could be the gameplay upside down for 5 minutes.
Oh, jeez.
That's interesting. Yep. Totally thinking about that one for sure.
Are you writing it down?
Yeah, definitely.
Nice. I heard the page flip. He's actually just reading a book.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm bored of grinding. I'm gonna read a book.
No, it's how to grind your Poke Sweets for Dummies.
Yeah. It's an entire. You can find it at Barnes and Noble.
How to grind your Poke Sweets into powder.
Hilariously, it's on its 5th edition. I didn't know there was such a need for this book. but-
Interesting. So I just did a shout out to Bribey. It says the moon glows bright and shines bright on Bribey Cool 10 over at twitch.tv/BribeyCool10. They've recently been streaming Moon Glow Bay. How suiting.
Moon Globe Pay. Gonna double. Got to shout out Henny as well here.
What is
Moon Glow
That sounds
Bay.
interesting.
That does sound fun. I'm not gonna, if I say interesting too hard, I sound like Oak, so.
Yeah, I think that could be really cool. Like the flip. The flip could be really cool.
I don't want to sound like Professor Eichenholz. To be fair, I haven't streamed it yet. That's for tonight. Oh, okay. Well, everybody go check out Bribey later tonight. You'll see Moon Glow Bay. Don't know what it is, but it sounds fun.
Interesting. It kind of sounds like like my instinct says it's a game like Stardew Valley.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
So you might hear a vacuum, but it's all good.
Moon Glow, a fishing sim. Moon Glow.
Ooh,
Oh,
fishing sim.
is it new? Because there's a lot of articles about it on like 1-2 days out. Like, you play as a rookie angler working together with friends, family, and neighbors to own your fishing skills, nourish relationships, and restore a remote town's fractured community.
Oh,
It does
super
sound
cool.
very fishing Stardew Valley.
That's really cool.
Oh, but fishing? Okay. Fishing's one of my favorite things to do on Stardew Valley, and I know why a lot of people hate it, but I absolutely adore it.
You just have to get into
It's
the
a lot.
rhythm of just how it works. It's just it requires just like a specific mindset, and then once you lock into
Mm-hmm.
it,
It's also easy money.
it's not the most intuitive at first. I think that's the thing that a lot of people have trouble with sometimes.
Oh yeah, because like, it's like keep it in the space.
So
right?
unfortunately,
Like,
we lost another Pokemon.
what is going on? Numa with the raid.
Ooh, perfect timing, Numa. We just lost another
We just
Pokemon.
came in and we lost. What did we lose? What did we lose?
I lost my Mix-a-Lot. Banana Bee is gone.
Wait, does that mean we
Means you lost your
have?
Cookie Tot.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, that was one of the ones I hadn't trained yet too. So.
Okay. So that sucks for me. I don't have
Welcome
any
in,
banana
Numa.
types anymore. But yeah, welcome, Numa. Thank you for the raid. Thanks again, Henny, for the raid as well. Let's do a quick shout
Welcome
out
in,
to Numa.
everybody. We just lost another Poke Suite. I'm here with 3 Up Moon, and we're doing a Wednesday, as usual, Soul Link Nuzlocke for Pokemon Sweet version. It is a ROM hack of Fire Red, and all the Pokemon are like actually sweets. It's a world of eating Poke Sweets. Thank you so much for the sub. 8 months. Jeez, Numa. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the sub. Midnight's here. Blue Link's here. Game Ever's here. Welcome in, everybody.
Yes, welcome, welcome.
I was trying to type something, and I was trying to type faint. 98. We're almost at 100.
Yeah.
Pokegraves dug and my Nuzlocks. It's been a while.
Across all of your
Uh,
Nuzlocks, though, not just this one.
What was it do? Yes, RimWorld. Yeah, it's all collective Nuzlocks. It's not this one in particular. We lost only a few in this one. Emerald was where most of those ones came from, I feel like. I got some shout outs to do here. I don't remember. Let's see. Blue Link, yes, of course. Dragon Age Origins, nice. Who was playing RimWorld? I think I know about RimWorld. Playing Eastward. I want to play that Midnight. That sounds. It looks and sounds like fun. Yeah, no problem.
Another Aspirate.
I'm just trying to keep up. Oh, and Phoenix too. Here, let's do some more. Let's just check to make sure you're doing. Oh, Game Ever is doing null. That's okay.
All right, I gotta go deposit Mix-a-Lot,
Null, you're both doing null.
our Banana Bee.
You gotta do it. Oh yeah, we gotta deposit the one that died.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we're doing a
to melt
Nuzlocke
them.
challenge, but it's a Soul Link, so everything's connected. So it's my fault. I killed cookie tot.
Oh. Colony survival akin to Dwarf Fortress. Interesting. Is that another one of those like heavy inventory like item management crafting games? Like the ones I'm bad at? Because I'm bad at those.
Like Factorio?
Yeah, oh god. Elliot with Factorio. I can't do it.
Now we're gonna obviously take Scherzel on the team, right? Because it's the only Pokemon we have.
We have no options.
Yeah, I think so. I think Orange Vanilla is fine to have on the team. This is Dayon Branch. Thank you to Henny Blank for the name. Also, anyone can name a Pokemon. If you have 420 Moonstones, you can name it anytime. Or name any character in any RPG that I'm playing. And you can do the same over at Rathe's channel as well. I got a few in the list here. So hopefully we can find an encounter soon.
Oh, okay, so you just assign. You assign... rude! Anyways, this NPC walked in front of me twice. But yeah, and you give okay, so you basically assign. It kind of reminds me of, has anybody played Barrow Trauma? Like, it's a really good game, but it's like a lot about controlling a character and trying to get your submarine working and get through like the worst parts, like this weird alien like ocean, and you actually have to kind of command people. Like, they'll do what they need to do, but sometimes you got to be like, hey, engineers, go fix shit. This submarine's it's going down. But it's a much darker. We need to go deeper. It is. Like, check out Link.
There.
Like, you don't want to go down there. Oh yeah, they're all sweets. This is a gumball. This is Marowak with lollipops. This is literally a cupcake Eevee.
Yeah, we've got some
and this is
really
just
cool designs.
no, this is just a weasel and a tutu. So you know, sometimes they hit, sometimes they miss. This is a Zangoose that you covered in orange juice and it's really pissed at you. And this is a cat that rolled in whipped cream. So
pretty normal stuff. But the cool thing is the
shit.
typing chart. If you Google the Pokemon Suite type chart, it's not a one-for-one exchange, but there's all new types of flavors. There's like banana type. Like this one, Banana Bee here is banana and chocolate. It's the one I just lost. And we're sending out orange and vanilla, but they have all sorts of different relationships to the typing. So you kind of have to have
So, thank you. Thank you for the raid, and yeah, go make food. I appreciate the lurk, Numa. Go get that food. I just lost mid to one of the colonists going insane and attacking her while she was researching. See, that stuff happens on Borrow Trauma too. That's alright. Numa's killed mid on Rimworld. I've killed mid on a randomized Nuzlocke for Fire Red twice. Mid just can't get a break. That's just how it works. Oh, blue, like Link, this ROM hack goes like all the way. It's very surprising.
There's a lot of like really minute things that they've added, and really just changes the gameplay. And it kind of feels like you're playing Pokemon for the very first time. Like when you first start, like you first see a Cloyster, you're like, I don't know what type that is. Like you're just figuring it out just through like trial and error. Orange type is strong against banana type, so that's what's going on here. Chocolate type, chocolate can't resist. Like no type can resist chocolate, which makes sense because like, it's, you know, most people can't resist chocolate. But chocolate does double damage to itself. So it's like the dragon type, kind of.
Yeah.
But
and
not,
I mean, like,
but not one
even
for one.
like the Great Ball.
Like, so that's the interesting.
And yeah. We're doing that thing like where I'm just like, I'm so excited that I'm talking over Moon. Moon, please continue what you were saying. I'm too hyped.
No, it's all good. It's all good. There's just lots of cool things that they've added to this game that like a lot of people make ROM hacks of this of Pokemon Fire Red, and there's a ton of it where it just changes out the Pokemon, but everything stays the same. They've put in a lot of effort. There's like a new story. We went to the SS Banana, and that's what we're doing right now. We're training to get our Pokemon to hopefully close to level 30 to take on the last floor of rooms and trainers and rival battle in SS Banana. We also met Chocobun, which is essentially like a Lopunny, I think, or Bunnery. I don't know what it's.
Yeah. Isn't it like the creator of the game or whatever?
Yeah, it's basically like the god of this area, of this land. Like,
god.
They apparently created the land and all the Pokesuites.
I hope it ends up being really dark. I hope it like ends up being like it was a big ploy to just generate enough food for like some other god.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is just horrifying.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
That's what I'm hoping.
It'd be interesting if they like made it dark just for a juxtaposition, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Like it's like Meringue City, Orange City, Banana Road,
Lemon Way,
the Rock Candy Mines. Like, it was pretty interesting. I mean, the names are becoming like a little repetitive, but I hope they mix it up a little bit. There's also the sequel to this where they add new typings, like even more flavors, and it's also just a ROM hack of Pokemon Fire Red. It's called Pokemon Sweet Tooth.
Sweet Tooth.
Super.
I wonder if they add everything that's in here, like in terms of Pokesuites, and then add like another generation of them. You know what I mean?
Right. That would make sense. It'd be cool if it was like a second generation. I remember the hype for Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal when that was coming out. That was a huge thing for me. I remember my grandpa bought me a Pokemon Crystal when it first came out. Like, it was just sort of random. I was like, oh, there's this game that's coming out. It's coming out today. It's amazing. And blah, blah, blah. Like, I was just really excited about it. And he's like, okay, let's go. And he's just like, get in the car. And he just took me to go buy it right away. I was like, what? It was like the coolest thing. It was really nice.
Grandpa,
and
calm down.
I played it I beat it in 2 weeks, actually. The first time through. I just was like so stoked. Because I always really liked Gen 2, and it added so many cool things.
Oh yeah, it was totally next level, right? They're all sweets. I want to play a version where they're all Swedes. Oh jeez.
Pokemon
Farmer.
Swede. Yes.
The Pokemon Swede version.
Well, if you know a bunch of famous Swedes, you should make it. You should just like create your Pokedex.
But it's like a photoshopped where they just like cut out images of the famous like Swedish people's like heads. It's like clearly like artifacts, like almost like vaporwave nonsense, like with the statues.
Create your Swedish
sour version when?
The Swedex.
Swedex, yes.
The unbranched don't die. Do not die.
What sour version? Well, the also a bug fact. We'll get there. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get there. The Team Rocket equivalent in this one is Team Sour. So far, that we've noticed. So that's the closest we've gotten to anything sour related.
Yeah.
And that is a good Grandpa Link. I agree. Chocolate does double damage to type 2 diabetes.
When you say, and dog type as well, it also does double damage to dog type.
Yeah, and to dog type, yes.
That's so good.
May induce vomiting.
Also, when you said Grandpa Link, not to totally interrupt again, when you said Grandpa Link,
it's totally fine.
I just pictured Link from Zelda, but super old with a beard.
Yeah, just Grandpa Link. ABBA. The entirety of ABBA. It's one Poke Swede. It's not like individuals. It's just
the ABBA. 4 of them. They have to be legendaries, like the 4 legendary ABBAs. So it's like Reggie Rock, Reggie Ice. So you have ABBA Rock, ABBA Ice, ABBA Steel, ABBA Dragon.
But they're just like, oh yeah, all of Ace of Base.
Yeah. No, Ace of Base would be one of the places that the Team Rocket equivalent would be. It'd be like a place that you have to like infiltrate, like Silphco or like the Game Corner.
The Ace of Base.
It's like a 4 level base. That's so funny.
Oh god, Alexander Nobel. Yeah. Alexander Nobel, Carl Linnaeus. Like, there's quite a few.
Nobel spread.
So salty version. Apparently, Pokemon Sweet Tooth is the next version. It's weird, so I don't know if they'll go to salty or sour or do any of that stuff, but like, they've got a second one already, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm not sure when this came out initially. I think initially Pokemon Sweet came out like 2012 maybe even. So it might actually be 10 years old.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Ingmar. Yeah. I know none of those people, Farmer. I know Ace of Base, I know Abba, I know Linnaeus and Nobel, but I do not know those three people. I do like that middle name though.
So Ingmar would have to be like the Magmar equivalent. And then it would evolve, it would be, the baby form would be Ingmar, and then...
They put a big old flaming butt on his head,
and
just
then
because...
Incargo. No, Ingmortar.
Okay, to everybody... Immortar. Tell me that it doesn't look like Magmar has, like, if I recall, like a butt on his head or something. Like, I don't... It was a very weird design choice. Bjorn Ironside. That's a pretty awesome name. The middle name, oh, is Bosnian. Interesting. But he plays football for Sweden and has a Swedish citizenship. Okay, that's why that name seems familiar. Yeah, I clearly don't. I don't know a lot of the world's famous people, apparently. There's just too many. Magmar is 100% a fire butthead duck. Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
That's all there is to it.
So we were asking before the raids, we were talking about like Galarian forms and like different like regional variants and stuff. And if you could come up with a different regional variant for your favorite Pokemon, what typing would it be? How would you redesign it? What was yours again, Rathe, if you want to?
It was like a Assassin Bug, kind of a Scyther, like a dark type Scyther. Yeah. I thought would be really cool.
So maybe it'd be like Dark Bug or Bug Dark.
Yes.
And you also showed off an Assassin Bug that you had, which is cool.
Yes, I've got one that I pinned, and I've got another one on the way to be pinned.
And then mine was Girafarig, being fire grass type. And maybe like the one half of it could be on fire, the other half could just be grass, or vice versa. But what's yours in the chat for new people that just joined? Like, if you
let us know.
For your favorite Pokemon, how would you redesign it, and how would you retype it?
Let's see. Grandmaster Shooting Farmer, the whole name, Gunner. Yeah, I know it's a lot. It's a lot to think about. There are so much like Pokemon in general. I mean, my favorite's like just so easy. Like every single time, I don't even think about it.
Your middle name is
it's a Scyther.
Well, there would have to be like
Seared Snake in the Eye.
Viran, Virino, Viking, Viran, Virina, Viqueen.
This is sounding a lot like Marvillin.
Sigurd Snake.
Yeah, Sigurd Snake in the Eye. Oh man, this sleep flower nonsense, I tell you.
What, the addiction that you have to sleep flower?
All right.
That nonsense?
Yeah, I can't stop picking up sleep flower and then forgetting that I do it. I'm addicted to sleep flower.
Just trying to get these pokes to level 30.
Wake up! Thank you. Thank you for waking up.
Every time you do that, it actually works.
Every single time I say it, like once I finally lose my patience, the game is like, yeah, okay, it's fine. We've messed with you enough. Also, bug fact. Let's get that bug fact out of the way. Interestingly enough, we were just talking about assassin bugs, which is the Reduvidae family. And there's a very, very interesting kind of coffin-like schlepping assassin bug that will kill a specific species of ants and glue them to its back to not only... Yeah, basically it does it to appear to other ants that it's like just a collection of ants, but also to avoid predators, because most predators, when they see a massive group of ants together, they avoid it. on purpose entirely. Like, without, like, it's just rational to avoid a group of ants, as most other insects. That's just not a good thing to do. So it actually glues corpses to its body.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And very spooky.
It's pretty cool.
Very,
It's
very seasonally appropriate.
Seasonally appropriate for this.
Well, if you're looking for an
October
original
27th.
horror film, like, holy shit. Replace the ants with humans, and you're good to go. There's your horror
Oh
film.
god, yeah. Just making a legion, like a.
It's like human centipede or something like that. It's like the same kind of concept of movie, but some dude's just gluing arms
less
on his back.
less horrifying in a weird way. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like human centipede's more horrifying than being glued on the back of a bug, dead. At least you're dead, right? As a kid, the Swedish foreign minister was named Gun Hels. Oh. That's a pretty badass name.
Think he was overcompensating for something?
Gun Helsvik.
Oh, you can't think of one Pokemon to change. What about if Ditto was made entirely of steel, but was also psychic type as well?
Just Ditto made of steel is
There's a
actually
steel
just the
Ditto.
material that makes Terminators.
And it has
Like-
one third eye that like is open on its forehead, and it can use Psybeam and shit like that.
Oh god. Oh god. It's deadly.
It can't transform though, but it
Come
can
on.
mimic. It'll be like what's his name? Is it Smeagol? Smeagol?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where he can just like
okay.
learn. He can use Sketch and just like learn people's moves.
Ditto with Sketch and Transform.
No, not transform. This version can't. It's just like.
Oh, it's
still
just
Sketch.
sketches. It
And
just
and
draws.
it's more of a tank.
Sorry, that moment where we almost lost our cup bees.
It's okay.
I kept healing just to get that one hit in, and I was like, I hope there's not a critical hit, and then it happened.
It's
There was the
just that
critical hit.
there are just so many that kind of got done dirty, but I'm not sure how to make them better. I understand.
Ah, okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, because there are some like unbalanced ones or ones people forget about.
If somebody would finally just take out Trubbish, we wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. I'm just saying. No one's done it yet.
I think there should be
If we
a
take out Trubbish.
Mimikyu form that is a Trubbish Mimikyu.
Trubbish. By the way, there's some really awesome, like, somebody who does, like, plushies and stuff, and they've made Mimikyu versions of every single evolution, and they're adorable. Like, just if Mimikyu decided to mimic the evolutions.
That's cool.
I really like it. The Umbreon one's really cute. There's also one for Eevee, too, if you're not into the evolutions and you just want straight up Eevee.
How's the training going here? Level 12, 20, 21, 21, 22, 24 still. Oh my god.
Nice.
Come on. Gotta do this fast.
Got some time.
It's gonna take some time. to
I mean,
get
look at
there,
this
but
one. Banana Bee, which is what? Actually something else.
It's chocolate.
I can't.
Banana.
I'm trying to think of what it normally is. Like, what's the...
Normally it's dark flying, Bullaby.
Okay, this one got done dirty. I mean, look at it. It's a big old vulture in a egg diaper. I just don't know. I don't know why. Cream Puff got done dirty.
Terry wants to learn.
But that's
focus
for this
energy.
game.
Nope.
Gotta get Terry to Orange Punch level. Then no one fucks with Terry.
It's true. When your Terry's chocolate orange can whack you against the wall.
Yeah. Wow, I think Terry can win. You know, my father once said most surprises are a bad thing, but I guess you turned out okay. What does this have to do with anything you might ask? Nothing. I just didn't know what else to come in with. Welcome in. How's it going, Eli? Hopefully you're doing well.
Welcome, Failing Summer.
Yes, egg diaper like Togepi.
How's it going? We'll do a shout out to the Failing Summer.
Pokemon Showdown content. Great stuff.
Egg diaper like that Togepi.
Yeah, because it's got an egg diaper. It's like Togepi's got an egg diaper. It's
You can't change that diaper. That's a disgusting diaper.
that diaper is just there the whole time.
Yep, this is my same diaper I had when I was a
This
kid.
is my same diaper. Thank you so much for being here, Farmer, and hanging out with us and supporting us. Always appreciate you.
Cool.
Get some rest.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great night. Day on branch, just learn bite. It bites.
Nice. Cubby learns quick attack at 23, which is just nice if you...
That's at least something.
Yeah, and I mean, it's fast, right? So... Technically, Togepi is whatever Togepi supposedly is supposed to fucking be that was too weak to actually pop out of its egg fully. That's true, that's true. It was not strong enough. Aw, man.
Damn.
Cubby, you need to do more damage. Vullaby just straight up wears a diaper. That's... I mean, birds shit all the time, though, so you know. Oh, that means disable isn't a problem anymore now that we have quick attack. That was the worst. Are you saying that Togepi can't choose, but Vullaby can? Vullaby chooses to wear this diaper. I hope I don't run into any level 31 Flangooses again.
Well, you're in the cave, yeah. The chocolate cavern. I'm still in Banana Road.
No, it's good. Like I stayed on Banana Road with my Flangoose until it was like level 24, where the XP just wasn't going through anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to the cave for that. I have to dance along to the song because it's just like I hear the battle theme so much. Okay. Just Cubby doesn't do much damage at all. But these level 17 and up Flangooses, 364 experience.
Ooh.
It's pretty good.
What are you
Pretty
using
good.
to take out the Flangooses?
Actually, my Cubby.
Oh, jeez.
Slowly but surely.
What kind of moves are they using on you, though? Orange Shock?
Actually, they tend to use Charge, like, in Growth 5 times in a row, and just accept Fate.
There's no Pokedex entries that says it was too weak to break the diaper shell, so I'm willing to believe it wears it intentionally.
That's weird. I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I think on this one, they say that it can't break out of the chocolate, but it's like, it's different, because it's the Pokesuite, right? Like, it just doesn't want to leave the egg. I mean, that egg, this chocolate shell's pretty thick, though. If you look at that sprite, it's pretty thick.
Yeah.
Also, it would be just all melted over you by now. It's just like,
Come on, yes.
clean up after yourself, Banana Bee.
Yes.
Okay. I don't even know if I'm gonna work on Shirt Soul
I'm just
right now.
swapping between the two.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, it's orange. Never mind. I know where to go. Banana Road time again.
Yeah, that's where I am, so that makes sense.
There we go.
And to be honest, like, it's right around that perfect level for Banana Road. I just gained a level. 2 levels.
Nice.
About to be a 3rd one here.
Thanks for the hydrate.
Ooh, I'll do hydrate. Ooh, a piece of water. Ooh, a piece of water.
Ooh, a piece of water.
Piece of water.
An entire piece of water.
Where does the piece begin and end?
I don't know. I guess the shores. Ah. What in the flying
The shores is where the
words
piece
of
begins and ends.
disapproval?
So technically,
Yeah,
there's
that's where
only
the-
one piece of like water. That's like the entire.
There's
all the
one
ocean's
piece of water.
connected. Yeah, exactly.
One single piece of water, please. What does that even mean?
You know what? Actually, I'll take 1 piece of water and then 2 pieces of water to go.
Yeah, please, 2 pieces.
Can you make sure you wrap those 2 pieces of water up to go?
We have a deal for a dozen pieces of water.
If you order now, we'll throw in another extra piece of water. A piece and a half of water. Bonus.
Bonus.
A bonus piece and a half.
Wilford is not still with us. Wilford died earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately, and we lost Wes Welker as well. It was a Ban V that used double kick and did a double crit and took out my Popsicle.
Yep, and that means Wilford finally succumbed to diabetes. Yeah, I know. I finally got him. But we still have Book Lyran, Queen Midi,
That's ridiculous.
Type 2 diabetes. Are we okay?
Yeah. He hung on by the skin of his teeth. I'm
Oh,
fine.
jeez. Okay. He always warned us about it. Yeah, he did, but that didn't save his own skin, did it?
on by the skin of its teeth.
Well, for Brimley.
Ooh,
Brimley.
Monana used
I don't know.
peck.
I want to say it that way.
Interesting. I wonder what type peck is. It said it's not very effective against orange type, so it's probably gonna be either orange type itself, banana type, or lemon type, or grape. I wonder. Could be any of those.
I don't think it's banana for some reason. Well, actually, no. It might be banana. That would make sense because
Banana wing.
Banana wing. Yeah.
Interesting.
That
and
makes
fly
sense.
is banana type.
Type 2 yeah, it was all my Gumble's fault. My Gumble killed Wilford Brimley. It actually makes sense now. That's why he's so strong now. He actually absorbed all of Will Brimley's power.
Will Brimley's power!
Type 2 diabetes.
Cool. Yeah, thanks to everyone who's rated as well. Thank
Yes,
you to Peachy,
thank you all.
and thank you to Numa Guy and Henny Blank.
You guys are wonderful.
The Raiders of
Everybody,
the,
thank
of
you for
the
hanging
strong.
out.
The Raiders of the Stream. Raiders of the Strong.
Of the Strem.
Yeah, the Strong.
Raiders of the Strem.
Yeah, there you go. It's so bad.
I just had to mix. You just gotta mix stream and storm and like meet in the
That's so
middle with
bad.
a vowel.
That's so bad. But also so
Strem.
good. Imagine just recording that so anytime you get rated, that's your raid alert.
Raiders of the Strem.
Oh, that's awful. That is awful. We'll workshop
You know who
it.
my favorite Marvillain is?
Exactly. It was Calypso, right? I'm pretty sure. Craven's wife.
It was yeah. It's Quicksalver.
Quicksaliver. Oh man, too funny.
Nothing's supposed to make sense anymore. Nothing makes sense.
Wilshin Fish.
Your insulin has no power here.
You insolent fool.
That's what. You have no power here. Banana bee. Okay, finally, Cup V's getting strong enough that
You know what they say?
this isn't so bad.
Blood sugar is thicker than water sugar. What?
It just depends on how many pieces of water, though.
Yeah, how many pieces of water? How many pieces of
How
water?
many pieces of water you have?
That's funny.
I guess like if you change it to like something else, like water is weird, right? But if I say like do you have a piece of orange juice? Like I could see that translating to a drug, right? But piece of water.
So I was
That's quite a
talking about
stretch.
this with my partner, and you know how like when in social scenarios or just in scenarios in general, like people like have red flags. If you notice a red flag, like in our language we say like, whoa, that's a red flag, or like I noticed that's totally a red flag, or I noticed a red flag. But nobody ever, like when they get on with someone or they're like jamming with someone,
The
like,
green
musically,
flag?
they're never like, wow, that's a green flag. Like no one ever like,
That's a green flag.
in words in language we don't like.
We don't
ever
like the positives,
point that
right?
out.
We don't
It's,
like
it's
that.
interesting that like that, you know, imagine someone just said that, they're like, oh yeah, this person's into this music too, and you're like, whoa, green flag, I should hang out with them.
Yeah, I don't think we have much. Do we have any, can anybody think of any examples of something that would be like that? Because otherwise you just have to like go on and be like, instead of like, hey, they've got a lot of green flags, you're just like, okay, well, they're interested in music and they've played the cello for like 15 years and they're also an astrophysicist and yeah, I just like what they're doing. When I could just be like, they've got some green flags. And cover all of that information without specifics.
Yeah.
And it could just be based on the context. You could be talking with somebody who's a really good friend of yours, and they can assume from that information that parts of your personality and things you enjoy would be contained in what a green flag is.
Yeah.
If, of course, you've talked about this before and you develop the context. So
Yeah, it's
I could see it working.
Yeah, definitely. But like it's
If we're
weird,
just going
it's
technical.
weird that our brains, but you're right though, our brains do go to negative things. Like you can do something 100 times and one time something can happen,
You
and
fuck
you're gonna
up,
always
it's
think
all-
about
it's
that
all-
one time. Like it's just
Mm-hmm.
it leaves an impression. But that's also how
Yeah.
how that same aspect of our brain is like how we're able to like study and remember things and trigger those memories back again. It's like because something different happened. Like there's really good study techniques where you can like turn around as you're studying or do something that you wouldn't normally do. Like,
Yeah.
you know, and just like like you can associate certain actions with certain things, and you can just trigger that in memory. So you're gonna remember the weird thing, the one time you did that weird thing, not the like 150
Yeah,
times.
yeah. I agree, Moon. I can't stop laughing because I'm thinking about like, yeah, why do you think about that one time you shit your pants in public? What about all of the days you didn't shit your pants in public? Like we always focus on the negative thing.
That's amazing.
What about the years of not shitting your pants? You're taking all of your talent for granted. I'm just
That's
saying.
amazing. That's like saying to someone who has insomnia, like, what about all that time you used to be able to sleep?
I know.
It just makes it worse.
Well, but in those cases, it's like people have a legit problem. It could be like, hey, you actually have like, what do you call it? Like you have, you know, Crohn's disease or something. You have something that like actually influences like your bowel movements and stuff, irritable bowel syndrome. But for like everybody who doesn't have it, like you remember specifically the one time you shit your pants, but like the however many years plus before and after, you don't remember.
Numa guy's saying, evolutionarily speaking, it makes more sense to remember the bad things over the good stuff, because the good stuff is safe, but bad things can potentially be deadly. Yeah, totally. It's like, imagine you get mauled by a tiger, and then the next day you go to the exact same location that you got mauled by the tiger, because you forgot. You forgot the bad thing.
'Cause you
And you're
forgot
like,
the
oh,
bad
and you get mauled by the tiger again.
Oh, shit, why is this happening again? No, that's very much like
Then you remember once you start getting mauled again. Like, you instantly remember. You're like, oh, yes, that's
congratulations, Moon, you've just discovered what it's like to be a dodo bird.
right.
Like,
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
that's why it didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, dude, they're eating us and stuff, but whatever.
So I watched this show.
This can't be a problem.
Just related to language, I watched this show recently. It's a BBC show called Balderdash and Piffle. Have you ever heard of it?
Interesting. That's quite the name.
It's a weird name, but it's basically the Oxford English Dictionary. It was like revising like from 2006 onward. It was from 1993 onward. They were revising all their words, and the show basically does a bunch of research into the actual history of words, like finding out that the word man comes from a Sanskrit word.
Yeah.
Which actually means like to be able to think or to be able to form thoughts, or like the concept of being able to form thoughts, which is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. That is really cool.
But it's a really cool show, and they delve into like the meaning of like simple words, and just you realize like where it comes from. It's a really cool contextual thing, and they look for like the dictionary has like the earliest evidence of this word, and like the definition of this word is from like 1984, and then they're like, oh no, we found some person who had written down evidence of it from 1932, and then they like,
oh nice, so
like,
they go and they find that stuff.
Yeah, it's really cool. Really interesting.
That
show.
is really cool. I like that. That's definitely in my ballpark. And yeah, that makes sense though, Numa, right? Like if you don't evolve in a situation where you have, you know, that kind of danger, you're not going to think about it, right? But also, I mean, like a human, if you get mauled by a tiger and you're not normally around tigers, like you'll immediately adapt, but we also have the worry of things actually killing us. So they would actively avoid being, oh yeah, of course, yeah, it wasn't like you know, you stab the dodo and the dodo's like, I accept this, you know. I would never assume that would be like, but that's kind of like how the media's made it, right? Where like a dodo's just a dumb bird that like the sailors just walk up to, stab, kill, maim, and they just be like, okay, accepting fate. But again, when you don't have the knowledge and you don't have the defense mechanism, you're pretty fucked.
Yeah, totally.
You're pretty fucked. Like, but then now that I think about it, the concept of what is dumb and what's not, what's intelligent and what's not is something that we talked about on the previous podcast. There's a lot to that.
Yeah, there was a word too that was like that. It was considered like it was like a word used for dumb or like foolish, but then it became, I think it was nice. I think it was the word nice, like NYCE was used.
Oh, but
you were a fool. You are a nice. Like
you're nice.
You are a nice.
It was a noun.
Yeah, and then eventually
nice.
It got used like to describe someone as being foolish or nice, acting foolish or nice. Like
I could see that though. I mean,
then it eventually evolved into like describing just like the complete opposite, which is like used as not even a verb, but like an exclamation, really, right? I guess that's what it is, right? Or an adjective. Adjective / exclamation, because like people like colloquially will just be like nice.
There's a lot to nice if you think about it. Like nice is not only just an adjective, and as you say, like it's also like a thing that you can like you can exclaim with it, but in that case it's also sort of like a discourse marker or a word which does not have necessarily the general semantic content given to definition. It's more of a contextually dependent exclamation, as you say, to not really say much, but to respond to stimuli, right? Like when you say nice, like, yeah, sure, you might be like, hey, the thing that the person doing is like cool, or like, it's more of you recognizing the thing that the person's talking about in a lot of the cases than it is you being like, the thing you're doing is quote unquote nice, you know?
Yeah. And this show was actually...
It's kind of like cool ended up like that too.
This show was actually
Legit
talking about
is
that.
Another one.
Like cool and nice. It was using that as an example that like you can get like so many emotions out of that one word. Like people can be like nice or like nice.
Oh, you can also be like cool.
Yeah. Or,
like that's awesome, sarcastically, right?
Yeah,
like,
totally.
Great.
It's just all about the tone of how you...
Tone, context, pragmatics are fun.
But it was,
we call that whole... what's it called again?
Balderdash and Piffle.
Balderdash and Piffle, nice.
I think it's just because
Look
they're common like UK words that people don't necessarily know.
Fashizzle. Yes, fashizzle's another one. But that one I don't think has any semantic content, like when written down in definition. It's like specifically like an exclamation or like a reply to the context of like something being cool or like in agreement. Mm-hmm. Also, blue is redeeming hair flip. Let me make sure that staring into your soul.
Damn, Branch.
Thank you so much for the hair flip. Hopefully you're doing well, Nicole. But there's tons of discourse markers available to us. Oh, it was a proper, yeah. I prepped for it. You saw it live. I didn't put on makeup or anything, but I prepped for it. The as we call in linguistics, discourse markers are basically like almost like is a good one. Well, like. Words that don't necessarily have like, as I just used,
that's the
like
name of my
right there.
Like.
Like. Oh yeah, not
every
like.
Time you say it, every time you say it, you just end up sounding like a Banjo-Kazooie character. Just someone talking to you in Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, basically. Whoa-hey! If you're the polar bear. But they're like words that we use to either bridge gaps or ask for agreement or just to respond to show that we're listening. Like discourse markers are generally used for things like that.
I like when people, instead of using those, they just like nod really slowly, but then they also like raise their eyebrows at the same time and just look deeply into your eyes, but they don't say anything. Just, you know, awkwardly, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
That's them saying nice. Oh, wow.
Well, honestly, that almost feels like a, I don't know how to respond to this, but I can't show my I can't not show my disgust, you know what I mean? Yeah. Where like, they're trying to, but they can't not, because certain people just have to show their distaste, and they have to be expressive in such a fashion, so.
Yeah. Good silent movie actors.
Yes.
If they were silent movie actors. Jeez, this is still taking a while, but...
We're getting there.
Yeah. It's all about the grind.
Getting closer. Yeah, this cup fee is... I basically have to leave the cave quite a bit.
We're both in completely different places too. It's interesting. I'm in Banana Road, just leveling up down Branch, our
Scherzel.
But it's level 16,
Scherzel?
Almost level 17. It's actually growing really quickly.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's a good spot for it.
Oh yeah. I mean, yours is definitely, I haven't touched my Scherzel yet, which sounds terrible. I've yet to touch my Scherzel. Maybe later, I don't know. Like...
You can do that?
That's why I love wearing masks. No one can see my facial disgust. I love masks too. Yes, yes.
I bet you I'm gonna say I hate masks after my birthday stream, because I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy Majora's Masks with all the things that are gonna happen. I feel like it's gonna be a tough one.
I hate masks because of Majora's Mask. I mean, that is one of the ones that I could see people really disliking it, because it has a loop, but you'll figure all that out.
Yeah, totally. The music is so good too. It's like excellent.
Oh yeah, the music's really good. Yeah, T2 Diabetes, thanks to Muddy Buddy there for naming my Gumball. We had Brimley, we had Will Brimley earlier, but he's not with us anymore, and it seems that Type 2 Diabetes is still with us, so we can see who clearly won.
Did you know you could do this? Did you know that if you stand in grass, I had no idea you could do this. I just accidentally used cut, just standing on wild grass, and it cut 3 by 3. It cut like 9 tiles like around me.
Really?
And it removed the wild grass.
Like, and you leave its back?
I think when I leave its back. Let's try this again. I've never ever seen that. Okay, Terry, use cut. Yo.
Moon.
That's amazing. Is
Numa
that
did
something you can
fight
do
Majora
in Fire
for
Red? Can you do that in Fire? If you can do that in Fire Red, that's insane. That's really cool. That's very
That is pretty awesome, because that means you can cut through. If you didn't want to deal with anything, you could just cut. Masks don't really cover much of my face due to the big. You know what you need, Numa? You need like the half mask. You need the masquerade kind of like.
Yeah, it comes back when you leave.
Cover everything up.
Interesting.
That makes sense. If it didn't, that would ruin your training areas. You just cut everything down.
That's interesting though. That's such a cool little thing to add.
It is
in Gen 3, and if that's the case here, I wonder if that's the case also in Pokemon Emerald and Ruby and Sapphire.
Maybe we'll have to try. I didn't know that at all. That almost feels like something that we should have known, but we didn't.
I've just never why would you use cut not next to a tree, right?
Exactly.
Doesn't really make sense.
There's no need for it otherwise.
In the original Pokemon Red and Blue, you actually had to stand next to the tree. You had to press start and go to the party and then select cut. You can do that in this, but in everything after, like even in Gen 2, you can just go up to the cut tree, press A, and it'll automatically trigger cut.
Which is much better than going into your menu, finding the Pokemon that has it, selecting it.
So that's why no one I wouldn't have tried it. It just doesn't make sense.
No.
I mean, it makes sense logically that you could cut the grass, because if you can cut the tree, then the grass is like the sitch.
Oh yeah. Ooh, I should have got potions. That's what I meant to do when I was out there. Okay. That's what I should have done. To be honest, to be fair, I didn't have the golden sword or the final mask or any fairies in a bottle. For the first 6 hours, I was doing it with 3 hearts only. Jeez. 6 hours, the final, jeez.
Wow.
I think I witnessed the very end of that, Numa, where you finally won, but...
So I'm definitely not gonna do, Numa, I'm not gonna do like a 10-hour stream. I'm not planning on beating it on my birthday, because that would just be crazy. Then the whole day is just streaming.
It's just Majora's Mask. I wish I could. I always say, I'm like, I want to do these big ones, but I got 3 things I gotta finish up.
Yeah. But it'll be fun.
Before I go into things.
I'm stoked for it.
And that is
definitely taking Bobby's suggestion of flipping the
game as well. Oh yeah, and then having everything be upside down almost anyways. So
just for like 2 minutes or something. And same thing, like use an upside down controller for 2 minutes.
Ooh. Oh, another PP up. Got so much PP up. Well, I mean, now we only have 1. Oh, we have 2? When did I get a second one?
I've only been picking up berries since we got that rare candy, but at least we got 1 rare candy through all this.
Yes, that is nice. Because the game's been very kind to me. When it comes to rare candies. Yeah, much PP, wow. Oh, I was supposed to go to the store. I gotta remember to go to the store. I gotta sell this this nugget.
Oh, you found a nugget too? Damn.
I found another nugget, yeah.
Yeah, it's just Pesha berries, Oranberry, Asper berry, Pesha berry, Oranberry, Asper
It's
berry.
definitely Asper berries.
We did get 1 PP up though, and 1 rare candy, so that's okay.
As long as you're getting something right. I'm gonna get some Awakening. Just because I've got so much money, I don't know what to do with it anymore. Because we don't have to catch anything. Or...
We don't have a Poke Flute yet, and we haven't run into too many Pokemon that have put us to sleep, but at least I haven't.
I might as well go for these.
I think you said Sleep Flower was giving you sufficient.
Sleep flower's the worst though.
It's 75% accuracy. Same
Yeah,
as
but
poison.
it seems to be very accurate for being 75%. Do we need any more? We'll just top it off at 4. Okay. I just got all this. I don't know what to do with all this money. We just don't need to buy stuff a lot. And Cupcat has payday, so it's like I can keep getting more money if I want.
Yeah, I haven't been using Cupcat that much, but yeah, I have 24,000. That's crazy. Okay. I wish in real life. Holy. The ultimate help.
You wish in real life what?
That I had 24,000.
Like, oh yeah, I wish I had 33 or whatever I got going on here.
I'm gonna buy 15 sweet balls. I have, what, I think a couple great balls. Or one great ball.
I think I do too.
Super potions, that's what we need here. I think we've graduated outside of the potion territory.
Jeez, already. I'm just not a big fan of Cup V. The hardest, like I actually have to switch train.
Unfortunately, there's no, oh yeah, there's someone that sells lemonade. There's no, like, fishing rod. We haven't found a fishing rod at all.
Yeah, we haven't. I don't even know if there's gonna be one.
There'd be 3 encounters if we found one.
Which, I mean, we're at the point where we basically have our team. There's no backups left, anybody. Also, everybody, how are y'all doing? If I haven't, I've probably already asked. I'm just gonna ask again. Gonna have to. It's gonna be an uphill battle with Wonderfuck here. It sounds like it's an insult at this point, right? Like it's somebody who's so, like, wonderfully messed up. It's annoying.
Okay, yes.
Quit asking me questions I don't want to answer.
Level 18. Heck yeah.
Sometimes I forget that's my own voice. I'm kind of horrified by that. Ooh, nice.
Ooh. What's going on?
I just need this Cup V to get, like, I don't know, like a nice move, like a Hyper Fang. That'd be nice.
Ooh, that'd be cool. Like a kick or something. I'm just gonna be right back, just gonna use the washroom, so I shall return.
Alright, sounds good. I will be here.
And like I said, I'm down to keep going if you want to put the time in. Just depends on
let's see.
Because what time is it there? Is it like what, 8:15 or something like that?
It's like 8:16. It's about, yeah, it's 8:16 or so here.
Totally up to you. I'm open.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it if
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Are you gonna keep digging? You gonna keep digging? It's a strawberry move. We talked about this earlier. It just doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you what. It is weird now that I do them, like hearing it like back and forth. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we'll go for much longer, to be honest. It's been almost 5 hours. It's 8 or so. It's 8:17, which means some of you wonderful people who don't usually get to see much of my stream simply because a lot of like times in the past I've had to quit before like 5 or something, which, you know, most people, especially at like in the eastern area, end up getting out of work and then I leave and stuff. So luckily, some of you guys have been able to stop by and talk to me, which is great, especially since I haven't been streaming very consistently. I guess technically consistently because it's been once a week on Wednesday, but I haven't been as often as I'd like. But again, I've been working on this album over here, so I got like 2 weeks till that deadline is up, and then we have to move forward. So I just kind of have to focus on that. But we'll be back. We'll get back into it here soon. Again, this Cup V is just no defense whatsoever. And then, of course, these banana bees doing this dig move. And my phone blowing up telling me that I should do other stuff. It's also really warm in here. I've been mostly wearing like hoodies and stuff recently and like cardigans because it's been super cold recently, but apparently not today.
Your phone blew up? Phone explosion?
Yeah, my phone is just blowing up.
That's not good.
Tell me all this nonsense.
And so for me, it's really cold here, and I'm finally warming up. The heater's turning on.
Oh, nice. And I'm over here like, wow, it's warm today. I don't know why. Wow. Wow. I feel like one of those like Owen Wilson type people anyways. Like I would walk into a room and just tell you a random fact about something that's kind of like metaphorical, but like honestly just out of the blue, nowhere, doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
Unrelated.
Yeah, just completely just be like, did you know that ants leave chemical trails so that they can find their way back home? It's kind of neat. Yeah, okay, Owen. Thanks. Thanks for telling me that.
And then he's like, if only those dogs from Homeward Bound had that kind of thing.
Yeah, if only like... Do you think the Prince of Egypt would like that power?
Yeah,
shut the fuck up, Owen.
Like,
What in the... Yes, I'm a fan of tuna. I'm just really bothered by
Do you have one that
having to use a super potion.
Do you have one that's I'd like some pound cake? You should totally add that.
I really need like that. I'd like some pound cake.
Yeah. I think that'd be great.
I'm confused.
Great
Am I
addition.
confused? Cross counter. Or just any of the Street Fighter, like
Yeah.
any of the Street Fighter announcer stuff. Go for broke. I do like that the cooldown isn't such a pain in the ass anymore. Numa, I don't know if you got to test that today to see if the cooldown stuff is fixed now. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, sexy. There we go. Oh no. I don't even know how it does that. Like, I don't know how the cookie tot is capable of using a move like disable. Is it supposed to be like an intimidate move? It should be like intimidate, right? Where like the other Pokesuite or Pokemon intimidates the other one into not using a certain thing. I mean, that makes sense to me. Oh shit. I had to check something there. Yeah, oh, then you immediately regretted it as I got spammed. Yeah, I've been, I think there was like 11 like oaks in a row when I changed it. I can't remember. I think maybe you were here, Numa. I think you were here. But that'll die down. I'm okay with a bit of spam over having, yeah, 2. Exactly. There we go, Numa. Like, it's so much better because like some of the clips are long enough that like they have a little bit of extra that like slightly prevent spam, but because they can still cancel out. I've noticed.
What you got against spiced ham?
I'm not against steamed hams. Did I say steamed clams? I meant steamed ham.
The crazy grinding. Okay, what?
It may have been. What did you ask people to spam you? Or did you do the over-exaggerated thing that we all do, where we're like, oh no, not the thing, and then people are like, haha, we're gonna do the thing. It's definitely a
no,
web.
don't follow my channel.
Oh no, don't do that. Over-exaggerated. Oh yes, yes. Hell, I'll join in on this. I'll join in on this. See, it's that fast now, folks. Let's grab this item and hope it's a rare candy. Nope, it's another nugget. Well, I'm not gonna run out of money.
Not really necessary, but
What's that?
not super necessary.
No, it's basically just gonna be potions and Pokeballs, right? I mean, the farmer isn't here to also spam oak. There we go. Thank you for getting in on that, Link.
Use the secret potion.
I really just don't want to keep using potions. You need to get stronger, Wonderfuck. Let's see, did we get any attack this time? I think we got like 1 last time. 1, yes, we got a wonderful. Spam sound commands, I'm all for that. Yes, it's a good time.
Yeah, I don't know how fast. No one's ever tried it on my channel, so I don't know how fast you can.
Just spam them.
You can spam them.
Quick, everybody,
Like if
spam Thwomp over there.
It's a totally different experience. Because I'm using Streamlabs, but I'm also using I use Streamlabs to do it. Are you using Streamlabs for your sounds as well?
Yes, I'm using the chatbot.
Oh, chatbot. Okay, cool. And I'm using loyalty points.
The Streamlabs chatbot.
In Streamlabs, which is a totally different way to do it.
Yeah, because I think you are using the dashboard, like the online dashboard, or
yeah, it's like the in-browser dashboard. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. I was like, everybody go over to Moon's chat and !S Thwomp. It's like the command I use the most. And no context, no, it doesn't fit most of the time.
Exactly.
I think the only time I've used it that it fit was when you're playing Super Punch Out.
Yeah, it fits perfectly in Super Punch Out. It also fits perfectly. There's also Womp, and it also fits perfectly.
Yes.
With anytime you're playing a DK game, it just kind of sounds like DK.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's close.
I know that he's just like that.
So I kind of like Womp better just because it's the and then Thwomp is just so you've got the options. Yeah, exactly. Got that one too. There's all sorts.
It would be funny to race, like to have it where like we have both screens set up and we're racing, and just be like, hey, go over to the other person's stream and start spamming the sound command.
Well, it would be cool. It would be cool also to if we could somehow cross them over, because like I can't hear your sound effects when they're playing, you can't hear mine.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That'd be cool. Don't cross the streams.
Well, if we had a universal, I guess it would be like a combination of what we have, and then neither it wouldn't be spamming it for either side. Then it would just be spamming it for us collectively, right? Which I could type in chat, but then again, you watch my chat, so.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, go over to Moon's chat.
Yeah, that didn't work. I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that.
Something about some sort of moon hat?
Moon hats? Do they have those? Can I get it in the 3-up variety? Can I get 3?
Cool. Three 3-up moon hats. The only way you
Wait,
can
would it be? Would it be?
you can't buy
Would it be? Would it be a 3? Would it be a 3-up hat, or would it be a hat where it's a moon but your face is the 3-up moon face?
Oh, I don't have my camera on right now, but I've definitely used my like crocheted plushy 3-up moon that I commissioned as a mask before. It was awesome.
Just like you're wearing that.
Banvi kind of looks like the 3-up moon.
Oh yeah. I could see that.
Oh na.
Not funny. Didn't laugh. That's my favorite thing that came out of the DK rap.
My favorite thing is his coconut gun can fire in spurts, and his coconut gun can fire in spurts, and it just keeps going.
Coconut gun, you can fire. I was just thinking of like
on YouTube that just goes on for like 10 hours. It's just that over.
It's just 10 hours of it, and his coconut gun fires in spurts. I was just thinking like somebody like clipped it so it's like not funny, didn't laugh.
That one's great. Have you seen the Lanky Kong video as well, where Lanky Kong's watching, he's like reacts to it?
Yes, because you had mentioned it, and then
it's so good.
There's also one where it's like it's talking about Chunky, and then it's just like it's his funeral, and it's like he's dead. Like it's just the song, and this is Chunky. He's dead. It's something that I learned from Jeffy.
It's just silent for the whole
I'll have to link. Yeah.
But the beat is still
He's
going.
dead.
That's ridiculous. It's like me singing All Stars, but all I say is somebody.
Somebody. Yes.
That's great.
Exactly. There's also that YouTuber that got popular for basically just covering every song but replacing the lyrics with All Star. So just like it's just All Stars. Very uncultured.
We finally got there.
Clearly.
Every single one of our Pokemon are at least level 20.
Nice. I should have healed up before this battle. I'm just trying to get this Cup V to 30, and it's going slowly. Because Cup V does not hit hard.
You're close though, 27.
But what would you expect?
It doesn't have arms or legs.
It's just it doesn't have arms, doesn't have legs. It's just it's made a nice light sponge cake.
The tight.
It doesn't really have much going for it.
Tight crumb in the sponge cake.
Suddenly everything's the British Bake Off.
Exactly. Delicious batch of rum babas. Caramel sauce.
I'm trying to think of some of the like desserts, like you just said, where it's just like, wow, are they named that? That's interesting.
The rum babas. But
Or
they're
to
just
make
called rum babas.
20 perfectly pressed jammy Dodgers.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're just like, you're like, oh shit, I think I know what those are. Like, what's up, KJ? How you doing?
Welcome to the stream.
Hopefully well.
Hope you're doing well.
We were just talking about the
Jammy Dodgers.
British Bake Off.
Our favorite
Jammy Dodgers.
Our favorite baked goods / baseball team, the good old Jammy Dodgers.
The good old Jammy Dodgers. But one thing about like English accents that's always ridiculous is like how blown out of proportion they always are when people try to do them. Like they're either like that.
I do believe that.
They're either like very very like
Nigel Thornberry.
If Tim Curry was like spoke in like a very very like uppity tone, like British tone, or they're just straight up like working class, like what was previously known as Cockney, right?
Yeah.
It's like those two.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Like nobody just puts a little bit of flair on it and just calls it done, which is why a lot of times accents sound really bad, is because people overdo them or emphasize characteristics that aren't emphasized that much or constantly. It's why you get things like that, like I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I swallow all my words.
So
like you know,
so
you
like
get like
Yangus,
that kind of
like Bob Hoskins or
exactly.
Yangus from Dragon Quest VIII.
Basically Yangus. yeah, a governor.
And
like you get that kind of thing.
Or not Magnus, Dual Magus and like
Dual Magus. Everybody do the Magus.
That's like the Tim Curry style.
It's
John Cleese. Like.
Oh yeah, you could do New Yorker as well, which is also kind of like blown out of.
What about Old Yorker?
Yeah, the hey, I'm walking you. Yeah, that kind of.
Excuse
I'm trying to
me,
like.
I do believe I'm strolling right in front of you.
I do believe I am talking to you. Yeah, I'm not really good at them either, because like they end up being exaggerated to the point where they're terrible. That's the most famous one though, the hey, I'm walking here. I do remember there's an ancient clip on
from Mayan culture. They dug it up recently in a recent find.
It was the first 720p clip. It's been so long since anybody's watched anything in 720p.
It's been thousands of minutes since it was released.
Thousands of in the 30 seconds since it was released, because now we're living in the viral age, right?
Yeah.
No, there's a old clip on Worst Enemies where we're playing Terraria, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know what we're talking about, but we got into this like discussion, which put us in sort of like a Brooklynite, sort of like, or Jersey sort of like accent, and I end up talking about this hypothetical situation where I'm like, you remember those days when your dad he beat your ass because you got sand on the wrong side of the blanket? You remember those days? And it goes into this really long-winded like diatribe about having like this New Jersey dad who's disappointed in you and beats you because you got sand on the blanket at the beach.
From what, the New Jersey beach? Like, where's he going to go to the beach?
Yeah, like...
Where are you swimming? Like...
You're messing up your mother's tan. I'm so disappointed in you.
Were you watching in 160p?
Somebody go watch it.
Or...
Oh yeah, 160. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to go back to those days, Numa. It's been a long time since I've ever watched a VHS tape.
160p is like smaller than a Game Boy screen.
Is it 240 or whatever? Is that like the what was the VHS tape one?
I don't know. 240 I know is like Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, so it probably could be the same.
My word. You're pretty great, KJ. Sorry, I read that earlier and didn't say anything because I went on a ridiculous rant there. That's good to hear.
Yes. That is awesome. Okay.
Yes.
We're getting there.
You sprinkles. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from your diaper?
Yeah.
Please tell me they're not.
Gross.
Because they're kind of coming from the crotch area, and I'm just not a fan. 420p? No, that's way too advanced. 420 is like... Dude, that's like, 420 is...
Ah, another Asperberry. Damn it.
That was back when families still sat in the living room and watched TV together. That's 420p, that's like what, 90s?
Back in the 90s.
Oh, nice!
The 90s was only a couple years ago. It's like, no, the 90s. Not the 1990s. The 90s.
Yeah, you don't get the 1990s.
Like literally like the year 90 to 94.
Yeah. The 90s, like the literal 90s. Dude.
I wonder what that was like. I wonder how similar to the 90s to the 1990s.
Congrats,
like
though.
I wonder what.
Well,
what
think about it. That was
grunge
actually
music
like...
was.
It's like 22 years ago. Oh, wow. I like, that gives you like flashbacks of like sitting on the floor and being like, look at this Pokemon card package I got. I opened it up and great. It's wonderful. It's another 5 Oddishes.
My controller.
I
is
needed
dead,
all of these
So I
Oddishes.
just needed to fix it.
Oh, Oh yeah, I listened to this great new band. They released their first single in 2012. Wait. Oh my. I think you just instilled a crisis in me or something. I don't. Secondhand.
Also, wait, is that
midlife
lyrics to
crisis.
is that lyrics to an emo song? I think it just instilled a crisis in me.
Probably. I could see that. I think you instilled a crisis in me.
Emo hit.
Yeah, the emo.
Emo's old
it's
enough
not
now
called
that
instilled.
there's gonna be like throwback. This is already throwback emo. That's the crazy thing.
Oh yeah. Like emo's actually got like our generation
waves.
was so into seeing an emo that it's actually bled heavily into rap too. Like the whole alternative hip hop has a lot of that in it. I mean, I'm still into a lot of it. Some stuff I'm not as much. Like some stuff's really hard to listen to now.
But there's like new emo that like is weird.
I can't like. I still like My Chemical Romance.
Other things as well. Like, it's really interesting.
Oh yeah, new metal. Depending on the new, I'm not into like the Limp Bizkit new metal. Ancient metal? What about
also known as rock music? The oldest metal.
Rock. Rock. In fact, instruments for rock music were formed way before humans came around. Rocks have been around forever. My new love. Yes, congratulations again, KJ. I hope it goes well. I hope you get the job.
Oh, nice. Do you have an interview?
I got a call back
Very
for
cool.
an interview, yes.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've been job hunting.
We're not
like
quite
crazy.
at it. And I hope you find something soon too. I'm in the same boat. I'm hoping that like everybody gets where they need to go. Oh, is in that phase. I still love that stuff. It's just there are certain groups that just like leave a bad taste in my mouth, but that's just because like what they're associated with, and then also like I don't know. I thought that they were like too much of the genre, that they're hard to listen to. The blend of ideas is just too potent within those groups. It's why I don't like listening to like Escape the Fate and stuff, and like Blood on the Dance Floor and all that. Yeah, exactly. You keep like, yeah.
Welcome, Daryl. Welcome, Nicolette. Welcome,
Like
Otis.
what's that?
Got Stegosaurus McCartney in the house.
Party in the house.
We have been doing a bunch of grinding, a bunch of training.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Lost a couple mons. But we're training to take on the last floor of the SS Banana. And then hopefully
Then
maybe
probably that gym.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god. Situations are yeah. It's a catchy one.
Loving the ice cream cones. Yeah, totally. The trees being replaced with ice cream cones. It's cool what they did with the environment. The milk water is weird though. Just saying. It's strange.
There was also a lot of obscure like alternative bands that got popular in that time too that I really loved. Alternative and I guess like technically like metal or rock, but like it was hard to put them in the genre. Like I really like Coheed and Cambria a lot. I like their concept, their music and everything. Modest Mouse kind of hit in the whole, like, they made albums before, but they hit in like the 2000s and stuff. Trying to think of some other really good groups. Like there was the Automatic, which had that song Monster. And if anybody remembers that, what's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? That's a really good one. Is Modest Mouse obscure? In a weird way, like they have in total like entire albums that are obscure, but then they have like there's stuff that's really like popular, I guess, like Dashboard and Float On and stuff, but like their actual like, yeah. You forgot that song? Yeah, that's the Automatic. They had like some good ones too, like Magazines is a good song by them. I'm just going off.
Magazines just songs about a French store.
Songs about a French store.
Right? Isn't store in French?
Is
magasin or something?
Oh yeah, le magasin. Yeah.
Magasin.
Yeah, that.
Jump, everybody. Oh, never mind.
Oh, it was just smashing things together.
Oh, I have really bad eye allergies. Wow.
Hey, Numa, you want me to make one? You want me to make a playlist with obscure emo hits? Cause I can dig some shit up.
Okay, wow.
There was another band that was in that. I don't know if you remember that, Matt. Say Anything.
The names.
Does anybody remember Say Anything?
But I don't. Yeah, I think my sister listened to a little bit of emo growing up. So.
It's one of their most famous ones was God, what was the name? Remember that emo and like the alternative bands from that era were not naming their songs. Yeah. Like obviously they would have sentences, right? Like if everybody remembers early Panic at the Disco,
the whole album would like tell a story.
Yeah, like even the titles were like, you know, there's a reason that these tables are numbered, and like you're just like, no one said that in the song at all. No one said anything about that. Yeah, I'll have to make a list like that of obscure alternative. I'm gonna put it as alternative because like there's some stuff that I guess would be considered emo, but like I loved shit like Hello Goodbye, if anybody remembers, like Here
by the Beatles.
Here in your, I think In Your Arms. Is it In Your Arms? What's that? Oh, you're talking like I was thinking Beatles. Beatles, yeah. You say hello, I was thinking of it.
Is that the first emo song? Hello.
I think the first emo song is probably actually For Elise.
The first.
I mean, it was a sad song for Elise. That For Elise sounds like a fucking emo song.
For lease or for rental or for sale.
For sale. That actually, those are actually Talking Head songs.
You should write like your own classical composition and call it Fur a Sale. So like F-U-R and then E-S-A-L-E, like an E-sale. I mean, it's just your own classical piece.
E-sale. They just take quotes of people's conversations eavesdropped on and name their song. Exactly, like song names.
It's because they're
like,
hanging
titles
out
are just
at the food court in the mall. That's why. That's all they can hear is people's conversations.
That's all.
It's not a phase bomb. I'm going to the food court in the mall, and then you hear someone say, like,
dude,
check
I got
out my
this
new,
really weird blemish.
My new song. Like, yeah, exactly.
And it's actually just like it has nothing to do with having a weird blemish, or it's just literally like a song about bad memories, and you're like, okay, I kind of get it.
That's
like maybe you have this blemish from thinking about the past or something, but it's literally just some dude oversharing in the food court.
Check out my new emo song. It's only 99 cents more to upgrade your drink to a large, and do on fries with that. I happen to hear.
I'd like some waffle fries with that.
Yeah, exactly. I happen to hear that in the food court. It's just so inspiring.
This is the last mistake I make in public. Bam, it's an emo song.
Yeah, exactly. We just hit the 4 hour and 20-minute mark, at least on my stream that's been working consistently.
Nice. I think we can go for the next like 11-10 minutes, cut off at 9.
Cool.
Which would be like 6 for you.
Yep. And what works for? Do you have anyone in mind that you want to raid at all? Who might be on?
Oh, I haven't even looked. I don't even. 10 minutes is a lot of time in Twitch time, right? Like,
that's true.
I'll probably check once we wind down here. We're definitely a lot closer now.
I'll probably do a random stream in the evening. Who knows?
Oh, now I'm excited to make this list. Yes, Moon's gonna stream later, so if you guys want more content,
I'm gonna be
do it up. I'm gonna be working on this album.
Because it is the 3rd anniversary of me and Michelle being together, so.
Oh yeah, hang out, do things together. Ignore the fact that Twitch even exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Moon, do you remember Do You Want Fries with That? Mid and I went through a rewatch binge the other week. That sounds familiar.
No.
Do You Want Fries with That?
Was it really... Oh, was it... It was like a shitty... I know what it was. There was a show called Radioactive that was like about a radio station. That was a Canadian show, and then Do You Want Fries with That was like the same actors, and it was like their second show, same creators, but it was like really lame, and it was like a Canadian like kids sitcom, kind of like family sitcom.
It
that
aired
took place
on my TV.
At a like a fry shop or like a fast food place. Yeah, it was terrible.
That's exactly what Doom was saying.
But Radioactive was like pretty lame. However, Student Bodies was a great show about like literally like kids who ran a school newspaper. But
Y'all are talking about
a great, Canadian shitty sitcom. But just look up the Student Bodies theme song, and then you'll have a blast.
Oh, it was filmed by students at our university. Really?
Yes.
Interesting. Wow. You guys are talking about some Canadian stuff,
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
deep Canadian
I watched Good Burger, the movie.
Yeah.
And I watched All That on Nickelodeon. You know, it'd be crazy if like Canada didn't have Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network at all. Like you just didn't, like it never went to Canada or to like at all. But we're like that close.
Well, we didn't really get Cartoon Network though. Like we eventually got Cartoon Network stuff.
Oh.
We had our own channel.
Wow.
One sec, I'll be right back.
Okay. Dang. That's what I get for being really American and assuming that like our shit's just everywhere because it's like forced down everybody's throat. Yeah, we didn't get Canadian TV. Definitely. Now I gotta make that list. But I wonder what obscure would be in your mind, because I can think of a lot of like heavy hitters, but I mean like again, like there was the automatic. Wasn't Teletoons Cartoon Network? Maybe? I don't know if they just changed the name for Canada. It was like the white and black checkerboard was the logo. It said Cartoon Network and all that. I remember when it used to say that. It like used to go across the screen and stuff. Wow, and then they eventually went to like the CN checkerboard deal with the reverse coloration.
For us, it was Teletoon. That's where I watched a lot of cartoons.
Oh, okay. That's what Numa says. Wasn't it Teletoons, just Cartoon Network?
That is very kind.
Yeah, I would have no clue. I come from the country where...
Oh, go ahead.
What's that?
Go ahead. You go first. You come from the country?
Oh, I was just going to say, I come from the country where a majority of the major entertainment that has a ton of fucking money pumped into it goes everywhere in the world, so... Of course I'm ignorant of all the other stuff.
There's some great Canadian content out there.
Oh, I bet.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Follow my goddamn channels.
There's a lot of Canadian entertainment out there. I'm talking specifically about myself, but there's other ones. There's Numa out there, and there's Mid.
But mainly
also Canadian. Those are like my 3 favorite Canadians. Am I forgetting any other Canadians that I know?
William Shatner, but he went to space, so he doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, but you know.
He doesn't count anymore.
Wait. Actually, no. Jim Carrey.
There's lots. There's lots of us. We're everywhere.
Yeah. I was just saying favorite Canadians.
That was really kind. Our roommates are hosting some guests over for dinner, and they, as a thank you for letting us basically give up half the space, they cooked dinner for us, and that's like super kind.
That is super kind, and also this is perfect time because that means you're probably gonna go eat, right?
Yeah, exactly. But we got some good training going. Like my EV here is almost level 22.
Nice.
Which I know that yours is like 27 or something. But most of my Pokemon are... We now have level 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 24. So...
Nice.
That's good. Got a Durin Berry. I don't know what that does, but I think it's based off the Durian.
Probably the Durin Berry, yeah.
Mistake.
Also, welcome in, Panda.
And,
I did name it Wonderfuck.
Who are you thinking about?
Thanks for asking.
Oh, I'm all healed up now. Should I take a look and see who's out in the universe, or I can't remember who.
Yeah, we should. We definitely should. Oh, it doesn't stop there, Panda. My chat named it Type 2 diabetes. Chat's named every single one of these, except for Wonderfuck. That was me.
Little known fact: Avril Lavigne is Neil Young's daughter. Just sit with that for a second.
I didn't know that.
It's not.
Now I gotta sit with that.
It's not the truth.
For a second.
It's not the truth. It is false. God. It is false.
That is false. Okay. I wouldn't know. I'm gullible in that sense.
I like where I live is kind of like a tourist town, so a lot of Americans come up, and I always use that to confuse Americans. It's super funny.
Oh, jeez.
But I'll always tell them the truth.
It could be though. You're right.
I'll always tell them the truth.
Always tell them the truth.
They just look similar.
Always tell tourists the truth.
They pretty much look the same.
Oh,
that's a huge
silly,
on
Panda.
On Avril Lavigne.
That is.
That's funny. Okay, let me just quickly take a look and see who's online. Who's in the world?
Who's available? Yeah, and it could be though. That's right. It's not common knowledge. The father of Avril Lavigne is not common knowledge. All right, we're gonna raid somebody. We gotta find somebody to raid.
You know what? The Central Scrutinizer's
that.
online right now, and he was hanging out.
Oh
both my
yeah.
channels.
And I think I chose last time, didn't who'd we raid last time?
I can't remember.
Oh, Loki. Yeah.
It was Loki.
Yeah, let's go see. Just looking. Yeah. Oh. Bribe's on playing that Moonglow Bay
Ooh, yes.
as well.
That would be a great choice. No, it's Bribee. B-R-I-B-E-E. Cool.
Yeah, yeah, BRIBEECOOL 10.
Cool.
What do you guys think?
I think we should do that.
Moonglow Bay or
I want to see what it's all
Moonglow
about.
Bay. Okay,
It
we're
looks
gonna
really
go.
interesting.
We haven't raided Bribey before, so
And I might do a test stream later on, so you can totally ignore that because I'm just gonna test the Stardew Valley and see, or at least the Switch, and see if I can get a Switch stream going. But I'm really stoked to check out what this Moonglow Bay is all about.
yeah, this is gonna be fun. I like Stardew Valley and of course Harvest Moon and all that stuff.
It's Bribey Cool 10, right?
Yeah, Bribey Cool 10, wonderful person, awesome streamer. With Sonic was the head of the lounge team for Extra Life. We did that big 32 or so hour charity stream the other month. He was one of the leaders of that. Raid the Dune theater, the Dune
Raid us into the
movie,
theater so we can watch Dune. I love that. I love that.
Everybody, we're gonna go see Dune, so get in that raid. And by that, you just raid to my phone, and we're just all watching Dune.
That's funny.
Like in the theater, I'm just like, nobody notice.
All right. Well, I'll see
I'm
you.
sure I'd like Dune.
I'll see you in Bribey's chat then. This was fun though. We got a lot of progress done,
right.
even though it was just a grind stream. But it's nice to do this.
Oh,
again.
but we're getting close now. Yes.
Next episode for sure, we'll take on the SS Banana, the rival battles, and the gym.
And the
So there's
gym.
gonna be a ton of stuff going on.